Okay, it's officially a little after 9:04. Do we have everybody up north? Are we ready?
We are ready. We
Thank
have
you.
one in the north to be sworn in.
Okay, sounds good. I'm sorry, let me just get to this. Okay. We'll officially start. It's 9:04 a.m. Executive Director, could you do roll call, please?
Executive Director Saladino for the record. Board Member Bezic,
Here.
Board Member Brown,
Here?
Board Member Cortez,
Here.
Board Member Grounhour,
Here.
and Board Chair Nixon.
Here.
Everybody is present and we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Agenda item number 2 is public comment. Members of the general public may comment on matters appearing on the agenda and may bring matters not appearing on the agenda to the attention of the board. The board may discuss the matters not appearing on the agenda, but may not act on the matters at this meeting. If the board desires, the matters may be placed on future agenda items for action. Public comment will be limited to 5 minutes, not pertaining to not restricted according to viewpoint, but to time. Is there any public comment down south? Okay. Is there any public comment up north?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Here, there's no public comment. We'll continue. Board Executive Director, could you do board announcements, reports, and updates, please?
Yes, Executive Director Saladino for the record. I went ahead and provided the quarterly finances to the board via email. In regards to the finances, revenues for licensing are ahead of plan for the year. Our registration fees are a little behind, but that's genuinely just due to the industry. We do have some large events coming up with the Electric Daisy Carnival, and then later this year again with Formula One. So we do see there will be a push again for May and June, and then later this year. So we should be right on budget for those. In general, all the expenses are on plan. With the contract services are coming in a little bit low, and that's due to the registrations. So when the registrations are up, those contract fees go up as well. Once we catch up with the registrations, we'll be fine. Overall, year-to-date income is positive 78K, and we anticipate the ending of the year to be a positive net income. So we're doing fine financially. Update with our Carson City Reno move. Our office has been moved now from Carson City to Reno. We're at 1201 Terminal Way, Suite 219. We will put an update out on our website when that office becomes operational. Currently, the contractors that need to put the drops in, they're a little, they have a big workload. March 16th is scheduled for them to come in and start putting the drops in. So we anticipate, hopefully by, I'm going to say the end of this month, we should be fully operational up there in Reno. And like I said earlier, we'll go ahead and update that on the website to know when you'll be able to utilize the Reno office. Everything went great with the move. The moving company was phenomenal. The office came together really well. We're very excited about the new digs, and we're looking forward to that being a plus for us up there with most of the clientele being in Reno. It should save folks a big trip having to go to Carson City for anything they need there. So with that, any questions?
Yeah, on the move, did we close out the other location that we were at?
We did. The Carson City was at 400 King Street is now closed.
Okay.
We have, we've completely moved out of there, and we'll now be in that Reno location. Like I said, just keep an eye out on our website. We will put updates out as that office becomes available.
So in the interim of it not being available, how are we directing public to?
We put a notice on our website for anybody in the north to just contact our office in the south.
Okay.
To where we're able to, get people whatever they need via that way.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you. Board, any questions for Executive Director? can we go offline for a second? Do we have people on the phone? New technology here, and so I can see people on the screen that are joining us virtually, so I just wanted to figure out how to do that. So, Executive Director?
Yes, I noticed on the screen your hand is up. Would you be able to state your name for us?
Yes, good morning. My name's Severin Carlson. I'm a partner with Kempfer Kroll in our regulatory practice group. I'm here on item 30, but I did want to make a request for continuance of that item. We had been in touch, tried to get in touch with the agency on Friday, but the phone wouldn't connect. And then my colleague spoke with your council on Monday about a continuance, and she indicated that that would be denied. We sent a letter reiterating our request for a continuance.
Sir, hi, this is Board Chair Nixon. Your agenda item isn't up yet, so you'll have to wait till we get to item 30, and then we will discuss whether or not to continue.
Okay, so for the record, for purposes of judicial review, you're denying our request for a continuance at this time?
I am not, sir. I am telling you, you need to wait until your agenda item comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, continuing in the order of the agenda, we're now on agenda item number 4, review and approve transcripts from December 11th meeting for any questions or possible action. Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, were we going to go through stats prior to this?
Oh,
or
I'm
after?
sorry.
Sorry, this is Board Member Brown for the record.
Yeah, okay, just so the North understands, the setup is a lot different. You're going to have to state your name each time because the court reporter can't see you the way she used to be able to.
Okay, for the record, this is Board Member Brown asking if we're going to go over stats or push that till
Yes,
later.
sir. Yep, my apologies. I skipped over that. It was a distraction. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Executive Director Saldino for the record. For the stats, I'll turn it over to Supervisory Investigator Zachary Swarthout, and he'll go over the quarterly, I guess it's the end yearing stats. So I'll turn it over to him now.
Investigator Swarthout. So for our licensing between 2024 and 2025, in 2024, we had 194 apply, 98 were approved, 96 were either withdrawn or denied. In 2025, we saw an increase. We went up to 241 applied, 139 approved, 129 were withdrawn or denied. That was a 24% increase on apps for that year. For the December 2025 board meeting, we had 56 apply, 33 were approved, and 23 were withdrawn or denied. For the work card comparison, in 2024, we received 14,059. In 2025, we received 12,966. In 2024, the areas where it was high was in the start of the year, January and February, and we contribute that due to the Super Bowl being held here during that time frame. For work card applications in 2024, in total, for this past quarter 4, in 2024, we received 3,505. This year, in that same quarter spans, we received 3,848. And to complaints and investigations, in total for 2025 and 2024, in total in 2024, we received 155. In 2025, 277. 269 of the 2025 ones are closed. 7 are still open. We worked with multiple agencies during this time frame for it. We did see another increase this past year on complaints over last year. This fourth quarter, we did see a drop compared to the previous quarters that we had for complaints. We received 35 this past quarter. 30 of them are closed, 5 are still open. And then unlicensed activities citations for 2024, there was 16 issued. In 2025, 15. Quarter 4 of 2024 and 2025 comparison, 2024 and this past quarter, it was 6. In 2025 and this past quarter, it was 5 that were issued out.
Okay, thank you. Board, any questions on the updates? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll move forward. Agenda item number 4, review and approve transcripts from December 11th, 2025, board meeting for possible action. Were there any questions or concerns on the transcripts? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Cortez motioning to approve the transcripts from the December 11th, 2025 board meeting as written.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Agenda item number 5. Council, could you please swear in any witnesses?
People who intend, Stephanie Aiken-Goodman, for the record. People who intend on testifying today, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay. Okay, we have agenda items set for consent block or consent potential block vote. I have been notified that agenda item number 12 has been postponed, so that'll be removed from the potential block vote. As it stands now, for potential block vote would be agenda item number 6, agenda item number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, removing 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Are there any issues with those agenda items or any concerns, questions from the board? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve consent items, potential block vote, items 6 through 20, with the exception of the removal of item 12. Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Anybody that was in that block vote, you have an opportunity to hang out with us for the rest of the day if you would like, or you have an option to leave because you have been approved. The board will contact you. I'm sorry, the office will contact you later in the week to tell you next steps, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Have a good day. Mhm. Why was it this voted
We're waiting on fingerprints for the Cabreras.
and we received it?
Zach Cabreras.
Okay, so another potential that was supposed to be a part of the block vote was we were waiting on agenda item number 21, their fingerprints. Investigator Swarthout, did those come in?
Yes, they did, and both individuals were negative.
Okay. So we have a possible entertain motion for agenda item number 21, Metro 1 loss prevention services.
Board Member Cortez, for the record, motioning to approve Metro 1 Loss Prevention Services Group, part of the contingent consent item block vote, motioning to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Bezic, I second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, I don't know if they're in the audience, but they too can leave if interested. Okay, we're on agenda item number 22, private patrol officer. Do we have a Wyatt Robinson? Oh, sir, please come up front. Feel free to have a seat, but if because you have to be close to the microphone. Yep, no problem. Does he need to push the?
If there's a green or a little button underneath the microphone, there you go. That way we can hear you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself and intentions of life.
I've been licensed in the state since 2019. I've been able to work patrol, static, disaster relief, executive protection. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I've been licensed in the state since 2019. I've been fortunate enough to do everything from static to patrol, executive protection, even some disaster relief. And I've been working my way into operations. That's what's brought me here today with Ranger Guard to, I believe, assign my PPO to, or QA to them so we can continue operations.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Robertson? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Wyatt L. Robertson his individual private patrol officer license so that he may put it in abeyance so that he can become the qualifying agent for Ranger Guard, DBA Guard and Investigations, license number 4085, subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Cortez, seconding the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Good luck to you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, agenda item number 23, Anthony Ramirez. Is Mr. Ramirez here or up north? Okay. Hello, sir. Okay. Sir, if you could please turn on your microphone in front of you.
There we go.
There
Testing.
you go.
Yep.
Yep, okay. And then just confirming, sir, you've been sworn in?
I have, yes.
Okay, thank you. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, the intentions with your license.
Yes. My name is Anthony Ramirez. I'm applying for a corporate private patrol license on behalf of my company, Lincoln Security Services.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Ramirez? Okay.
This is
Hearing
Board
there are
Me-
no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown. I have
Okay.
a question for Mr. Ramirez.
Yes.
Mr. Ramirez, we see in our paperwork that on September 8th of 2025, you were issued a citation for unlicensed activity. My question is, as the person that's responsible for licensing and regulatory oversight, shouldn't you have been knowledgeable about Nevada regulations and not operated unlicensed?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the buck stops with me. I had an employee that was cited out here working unlicensed in a consulting capacity, and he was cited by Investigator Saladino. A few months later, we hadn't received the citation for a couple of months. Apparently, there was a systems issue. We proactively reached out to Investigator Saladino. We wanted to rectify the situation, and get in compliance with all regulations and laws of the state of Nevada. And that's why I'm here today.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezick. I move we approve Lincoln Security Services for a new corporate private patrol officer's license, and then Anthony Ramirez be approved for an individual private patrol officer's license, and then his license be placed in abeyance so he may become the qualifying agent. Member to be approved is Anthony Ramirez. This is subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown, a second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, sir. Congratulations. The office will get in touch with you for next steps, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good day. Agenda item number 24. Do we have Terrell Betts? Okay, good morning, sir. And then you have that green button in front? Yes. Okay. And just to confirm, you were sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions with the license, please, sir.
Yes, my name is Terrell Betts. I've been in the private security industry for the past 10 years. Looking to get my application for a new company for Delta Prime. Qualified agent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Board, do we have any questions for Mr. Betts?
This is Board Member Gronauer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Do you understand the responsibilities of being a qualified agent?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain them to me, please?
Responsible for ensuring that we are in compliance with state and within the state and making sure that we are we're in compliance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Making sure what?
Ensuring that we are in compliance with all applicants and cards, insurance, ensuring that that we're able to operate.
Okay, and keeping all records of the employees.
Yes, sir. Obtain all records from employees.
Okay, I see in the background you have some financial difficulties. Can you explain what's going on with them?
Yes, sir. I had I believe in 2020, for my two vehicles, we had a GMC had given us a extension through the pandemic, and I had to dispute it because it came back later. I want to say in 2022.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not quite hearing you.
In 2022, GMC had given me two delinquents. They had given us grace, but after that grace period, they stated that we had to. I'm disputing it. They gave me late 30 days notices, and during the pandemic, but they had given us grace for during the pandemic. So I'm still that's still something I'm disputing. Outside of that, I have documents that are able to that I paid for the other items that were in question.
Okay, so if I can understand you correctly, which one is the pandemic one?
That one is going to be the GMC, Ally Financial.
Ally, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Ally Financial. That letter was not provided, and that's the one that's under dispute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Investigators, Dumas. Do we know the outstanding balance for that dispute?
It doesn't, Investigator Dumas, for the record, it didn't show an outstanding balance. It just showed as being disputed on the TransUnion credit report.
Got it, okay. And then the other letters were provided, the other payoff letters were provided?
Correct. 2 of them.
Okay,
So one for the Brinks Home Security and the other one for the Lending Club.
okay, so then it just leaves the remaining one, okay. Sir, do you know how much the one that you have outstanding is approximately?
So it wasn't outstanding. It was paid. It was due on the 30th. I paid it on the 1st of that next month. It was $848 monthly.
Okay, so is that currently paid off then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's currently paid off, but during the pandemic, you got that delayed payment
Yes, ma'am.
option. You took it, but they still put it on your credit.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Are there any further questions surrounding that?
My concern is when you're dealing as a qualified agent, you're responsible for everything, including the monies
Yes, sir.
involved. And if you have a difficult time taking care of your own monies, it's pretty hard to take care of a whole company's money. But now all this is all cleared up,
Yes, sir. All
because I
clear.
don't understand why the last one doesn't have no letter or anything else to it.
No, sir.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
So if I could, Investigator Dumas, on the alley one, does that show it is paid off?
It only shows as it being disputed. It didn't show a balance. It doesn't say paid off. It just showed under dispute.
Okay. So that could be, if there's no balance left, but we don't know. Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we approve Delta Prime Security LLC, a new corporate private patrol officer license, and approve Terrell Betts for his individual private patrol officer license. If so approved, allow him to become allow him to put this license in abeyance so he may become the qualifying agent, and also to be approved as a member. This is subject to all statutory and regulatory requirements.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So four ayes and 1 nay. Motion passes. Good luck to you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, and the office will get in touch with you next steps.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Agenda item number 25, Alberto, sorry. Good morning. Please make sure you turn on your microphone right in front of you. And then just confirming, sir, you were sworn in.
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about yourself, the intentions with the license.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Alberto Meza. I have applied for a individual private patrol officer license, and I am requesting that my license be placed on abeyance so I can become the qualifying agent for Vigilant Asset Protection LLC.
Qualifying agent.
Yes. Qualifying agent.
What did you say after that?
My intent is to become the qualifying agent for Vigilant Asset Protection LLC.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have a little bit of allergies. I try my best.
Okay. Okay, board, any questions for Mr. Meza?
This is Board Member Cortez for the record. Good morning, Mr. Mesa.
Good morning.
Could you explain to me the situation under, you've got 2 accounts that are currently in collections?
Yes, I can explain that. So I actually have a document that I wasn't able to provide before to Private Investigator Dumas, but I have disputed one of them. and I have a printed copy of it. For the Hunter Warfield, that was a collection, one that came into place. I was removed from my apartment complex, but it was an unlawful eviction. So I went ahead and I disputed it, and they approved it. The second one was for a doctor. It was, I believe, radiology. And I didn't receive the notice in the mail since I moved. But they ended up putting it into my credit report either way.
When you say that it has been disputed, is there now a zero balance?
No. So for the first one, for the Hunter Warfield, there is no balance that's current right now for my Experian credit report. I'm still working on actively getting that on my TransUnion and Equifax, so that it reflects on all three.
Okay, so there is a zero balance or there is a balance?
They deleted it, so zero.
Zero balance, and that's for both accounts?
No, just for one.
Which one?
The Hunter Warfield.
Is that the medical one?
No,
Or
that's
the
not the
apartment?
medical one. The apartment one, yes.
Okay.
So since you weren't, Investigator Dumas, you did not get this information prior to the meeting?
Investigator Dumas, for the record, I asked him, if he was in a payment plan, if he was aware of these collections. He was not in a payment plan. He had not addressed it at the time. And no documents were provided because they weren't in the works.
Okay. So with him providing them now, do we want to accept them now, and have this trailed until later, so it give the investigator an opportunity to look at it, or how do we want to?
Madam Chair, Executive Director, for the record, based on the background report, when we pulled the credit, it did show the Warfield? Yes. Yes, sir. It shows that one was already being disputed by the applicant. And then the medical one, that's the one that was placed in collections. If he does have documents, we definitely can review them. I could have Supervisory Investigator Swarthout review those. We can trial him. The first one was already being disputed based on when we pulled the credit report. And then the medical one would be the only one, if he has documentation that one's being taken care of or disputed, we can review that and trial him for it.
Okay, so do you have that documentation for the medical one?
No, I do not. No.
Oh.
Just for one.
Okay.
Yes, Board Member Brown.
And what was the amount, the medical one is the $965?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Board Member
I had
Brown.
asked my private investigator to, if they needed me to actively take care of that. I didn't receive a response, so I just left it as is, until I heard, if they needed me to take care of that.
Okay. Board Member Brown, I'm sorry.
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Meza just answered the question I was going to ask.
Okay. So it's not been resolved yet. Okay. Board, any further questions?
This is Board Member Cortez. I need some clarification. So are you in a payment plan for the medical collection account?
Currently, I am not.
Okay, and what is the balance of that account?
It is approximately $900.
What are your intentions, or how are you planning to address that?
I can go ahead and take care of that today if I'm required to do that. I had asked my private investigator if they needed me to take care of it, and I didn't receive a response, so I figured I would just address it today.
You indicated that you asked your private investigator or our private investigator?
Private Investigator Dumas.
Okay.
Via email. If this was something that I needed to take care of.
And when you say that you can take care of it today, what are your plans, or how are you going to go about doing that?
I would give them a call. I would call the collection agency and set up a payment plan to go ahead and take care of that.
Board Member Nixon and the rest of the board, I would be more comfortable having some kind of proof that the account has been paid off or is in a payment plan before I move forward with any kind of a motion.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, Executive Director for Saladino, for the record. Mr. Mason, do you remember about when you contacted Mr. Moss?
Yes, I have the emails. I can pull them up. But it was during my background investigation.
Was it prior to March 2nd,
Yes.
like way before March 2nd?
Yeah, it was, February when we were going through, the investigations.
And Madam Chair, the reason I'm asking is during the move from Carson to Reno, the investigators didn't have access to their emails and stuff, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't us that was, missing the communication, and fault the applicant that way. So,
I guess my struggle is, if I'm being honest, is it's a personal responsibility issue. And, we're, as a board, entrusting you with a lot of personal responsibility to take care of your business,
Yes,
right? And so my struggle is, I don't know why the investigator has to tell you that you need to take care of your personal business, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, yes.
Okay. So I'll let the board decide, but that's my personal opinion. Board, any further questions or comments?
This is Grunauer.
Yes, sir.
You say you could take care of that today?
Yes, I can take care of that today.
And how are you going to take care of it?
By giving them a call, the collections agency.
Well, you can give me a call, but that's not going to do anything. I mean, just,
I would set up a payment plan and I can provide, proof of it.
Oh,
to the-
set up
to the
a payment
PIOB.
plan.
Yes, correct, sir.
okay, I thought you were going to pay it off.
Or I can,
I'm just-
pay it off.
I'm just uncomfortable letting it fly through if my own personal thing, if it's not taken care of one way or the other. I don't know if it's possible to trail it. Do you get we trail it today? So you can go make your phone calls? Do we have to do and give us some documentation or
Yes, sir.
some idea? Because they can send us an email or anything right now. Anyway, that's what I would feel more comfortable about.
Okay.
Rather than just saying no to you, or rather than just saying yes to you. Rather have, where we have some type of settlement.
Yes, sir.
So board, would you feel comfortable, and I'll ask, can we make it contingent on this being paid off?
I was Director Saldivar for the record. We can do that. We could also, Investigator Swarthout can provide Mr. Mesa his email. If it's something he can take care of, right quick before today's over, you can just email it to Investigator Swarthout.
Yes.
That way we could have that, and we could just trail you towards the end of the day, and
Okay.
or basically as soon as you get it done, just notice one of us so we know he's got the email and we can
Yes,
bring
sir.
it back up.
Okay.
Board
So,
This Board Member Brown, question for the board. Would we
Go ahead.
feel comfortable trailing this, and then have proof of a payment plan? Or do we want proof of payment, completely paid off, before we make a decision?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, I preferably would like for it to be paid off. However, the individual cannot do anything other than a payment plan. I'll entertain that once we get proof of some kind of action.
This is Board Member Brown. I'm also of that ilk, just looking at, from the standpoint, a licensee looking to take over a corporation should be able to take care of a less than $1,000 bill. They should have the capital, hopefully, to do that if they're starting their business, but my opinion.
Okay, this is Grunauer. I'd like to make do I have to make a motion on this there that we can trail it? I'd like to make a motion that we can trail this and for the applicant to come back with it being paid off by the end of this meeting. And then we can entertain what we gotta do then.
so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Board
Board
Member
Member
Brown.
Cortez, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, so that you understand, we're trailing this till the end of the meeting today. Please go and take care of it. The board prefers that it's paid off in full for you to move forward.
Okay.
Investigator Swarthout will give you his email address, have whoever you're going to talk to that's going to be able to send proof that this is paid off, send it to his email, and then when you come in, let us know that it's done and we'll move forward.
Understood.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So agenda item number 25 is trailed till the end of the meeting. Agenda item number 26, ACE protection, is Mara Castro, Crystal Terran, and Antonio Cortez. Good morning. You all should all have a button to push in front of you. Okay. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions of the license.
My name is Mara Castro, and I'm looking to be I'm applying for the individual private patrol officer licensing to become the qualified agent for ACE.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Antonio Cortez. I am continuing the application for qualified manager for ACE Protection Services.
Okay.
Crystal Terran, I'm going to be one of the corporate officers for ACE Protection Services.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Board, are there any questions for Castro, Cortez, or Terran?
Is Board Member Cortez for the record. For Investigator Diaz, do we have any updated information regarding Ms. Castro's, I believe it is the civil judgment out of Indio, California?
Investigator Diaz for the record. Ms. Castro did provide me documentation showing that there was a collection filed. It appears to not be active or in any way pending. It looks like the business she was unaware of but did seek further information. It is no longer in business, whoever filed the civil judgment, but she is seeking self-help guides. It did provide me that documentation, but there has been no further update.
Board Member Cortez for the record. Ms. Castro, do you have any update? Is there still an outstanding balance?
I've looked into it. I have reached out to the courthouse out in Indio, and I've gone there myself, and they just keep referring me over to a self-help type of number because it's no longer in business. So it's kind of a revolving circle because nobody knows what this is anymore. But I have looked into it.
Has it appeared on any kind of credit report?
No, and I know when I spoke with Officer Diaz or Investigator Diaz, you can look at my record and it's immaculate.
Okay. Board, any further questions?
Board Member Cortez again for the record. Mr. Cortez, I'm assuming the case out of the possession of controlled substance out of Duarte, you were sentenced to a summary probation. What's the status of that probation?
I went through the Deferred Entry of Justice program, completed my summary probation, and it's off the record since 2002.
Any further questions? Okay, here there's no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown.
Board Member Cortez for the record, motioning to approve ACE Protection Service, Inc., a new corporate private patrol officer license, and that Mara L. Castro be granted an individual private patrol officer license and that it be placed in abeyance so that she may become the qualifying agent. Corporate officers to be approved are Crystal J. Tarin and Antonio Cortez, all subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Ron Hour, second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Brown, this Board Member Brown, nay.
Okay. So 4-1, the motion passes. Congratulations to you guys and good luck. The office will contact you for next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team, just for, to put it on the record for reference, agenda item number 27 has been postponed, as well as agenda item number 28. Okay. We're now on to agenda item number 29. Willem Thinnell. Mr. Thinnell? Oh. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And you were sworn in, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself and the intentions with the license.
Morning, my name is Wilhelm Sinnefeld. You can call me Will. I made Nevada my home. I bought a home in Henderson with my wife and kids. I'm trying to get be a qualifying agent for NE Frame Services. They've been in business over 100 years, and we're moving into Nevada, so I'm being that person right now, if you folks will allow me.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Thinnefeld?
This is Board Member Brown. I have a question for either Investigator Swarthout or Executive Director Saladino. In looking at the report, it states that Mr. Thinnefeld did not disclose his arrest history. My question would be, why is this in this section rather than in the appeals section?
Executive Director Saladino, for the record. Typically with licensing applicants, we bring them before the board for decision.
Okay.
Investigator Swarthout, asked him about the arrest history, and then, it was disclosed after that. So now that's why he's here today, to go before you guys for, approve or deny.
Thank you, Executive Director. This is Board Member Brown again. Mr. Thinnefeld, why did you fail to disclose your arrest history?
Morning. It wasn't really an arrest. I'm working with the investigator to pull out all the documents. It's like a federal website for the military. We are pending that right now, but I'm in communications with him. They just give you a tracking number so that it'll clarify more of what exactly happened so you guys can see. I thought you guys would see it on your end. For me, it just says pending, so I'm not sure when they will. I'm supposed to receive it through like mail. But I've been upfront with the investigator of what actually happened, and you guys are going to see it on your end, so.
Okay, Mr. Thinnefeld, this is Board Member Brown again, for the record. That all is well and good. That sounds like it's after the fact that you contacted the investigator, and we did see it on our end. Our application states that you are to list all arrests, regardless of disposition, okay? Even if you didn't have paperwork, you should have listed those arrests because you knew we were going to find them.
Yes, sir.
Then, as long as I'm asking you about it, in your history, you've got a civil judgment filed on June 7th, 2022. What is the status of that?
I believe those two judgments are paid. I'm sure they're paid.
Do you have documentation to show that they're paid?
I've tried contacting the two companies. I couldn't reach anyone, so I might go through the city, maybe because it's a judgment. So I'm hoping they would have some sort of documentation or something that would show that it's not unpaid for. But I'm sure they're paid, but I don't know what's showing on your guys' end, but if it's not, I'll pay it.
Thank you, sir. No further.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
This is Gronauer. Okay, you keep saying our end. No, it's not our end. It's your end. You're the one applying for the application. You should have all these answers now.
Yes, sir.
Not leaving it up to us and figure out what we have to do.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
We're only trying to go with the information we have. And if you don't provide that information, we don't have it. I asked earlier as another applicant, do you understand what a qualified agent responsibilities are. What are the responsibilities of a qualified agent?
To oversee operations, make sure we're all in compliance with every law. As I said, the company's been operating for a long time, so they've developed departments with teams that oversees, and they'll be helping me out in maneuvering.
All right.
For the K9,
also, hold on a second. You also have doing business without a license. What was this about?
oh,
I know what it is on our end, okay? Just I want to know what your end.
Yes, sir. And I want to apologize. When I said it wasn't directed to you folks, I meant to get the paperwork from the city. I wasn't saying it was you folks. I'm sorry, what was that last question?
Okay, let's go another direction. What is your position now in this company?
Right now, I'm a K9 firearm detection handler, sir.
And you have a proper card for all this?
Yes, sir. I have a firearm guard card, and I'm working with the, for the issue earlier, we want to remain in compliance, so they sent one of our managers from New Jersey to make sure that we stay in compliance and everything is good.
Okay.
I'm just going to wrap it up by saying I'm not getting clear answers from you, and I'm sorry about that. Okay, if you know by having an armed card doesn't allow you to be a K9 officer.
You need a license.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have a K9 license?
That's what we're applying for.
Okay, but I guess the issue is he asked you whether or not what your role is right now, and you said you were a K9. So are you actively working as a K9 armed detection officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that? I wasn't sure if the question. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Madam Chair, Executive Director Salino for the record. So this whole situation started when Andy Fran, the company, took over a contract. When they took over the contract, part of the contracted services was to provide K9 detection for firearms. They, in other states, we're one of the few states that regulate K9 handling. So the contract started, they provide K9 services in other states. They started doing it here in Nevada. Once we were made aware of it, we contacted Andy Fran, their qualifying agent and licensing compliance division, and told them that, you guys need a license to operate, per Nevada statutes. We moved forward with the unlicensed activity citation, and the applicant is here today to meet that requirement so that they can stay compliant for their client. The citation, I believe, has been paid now. During the for the unlicensed activity citation, we thought if the applicant did not pass the exam, we were going to issue the cease and desist to have them, stop providing services. However, the applicant was able to pass. The company's being already licensed, so now we're moving forward with getting the K9 license.
So is he actively working as a K9 officer without a license?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could,
yeah.
The applicant today, he's not the qualifying agent for the company, for the patrol side. All he's going to be doing is overseeing the K9 portion of that license.
Will he have people underneath him?
I would imagine.
It's just me in the entire state, ma'am.
So he'll supervise himself.
So he said it's just him in the entire state for the company. Will you be supervising other K9 officers?
That could be a potential thing in the future if we were to get more contracts. Yes,
But
ma'am.
right now you would not be.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you, then, so your office then, the Andy Frayne office does have a manager or a qualifying agent that would oversee you?
They have, their license maybe unarmed. They have those contracts in the state. But like he was explaining, for K-9, it's
I
specific.
understand for K-9, but you will be reporting to another manager, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here in the state of Nevada.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be reporting to, because you sounded a little hesitant,
We do have an office here in the state.
and you have a manager that oversees that office,
Yes, ma'am.
and you would be reporting to that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that person is the qualifying agent?
Correct.
Okay, because what I have a problem with, and it hasn't been voted on, is I don't know that you fully understand your responsibilities or roles, because we're not getting clear answers, and I think that's probably part of the challenge that we're all having. So I want to make sure that I can hold someone's feet to the fire that I'm going to get an answer to, a direct answer to, if you're not doing it right. And so that's my need for that clarification. Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Deneville?
This
This is Grunauer again. I'm just confused. Because the agenda item says, okay, that he may become the qualifying agent. He may become the qualifying agent.
For the category of dog handler.
Well, I don't see it that way.
Is he's applying for his individual dog handler license. If approved, that his individual dog handler license be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent for Andy Fran Services, Inc., license number 1141. So there are companies that have multiple qualifying agents for each category of licensure.
Okay. But then he said that he's the only one in Nevada. And then he says, no, then he has a manager in Nevada. I'm really confused, okay? It's looked like we're getting a double-edged story here, and I'm,
Is your manager here with you?
No,
Anyone
ma'am.
else from Andy Frayne here with you?
No, ma'am. It's just me.
where's your manager located?
I believe it's in Chicago, sir.
So Andy Fran is a nationwide
I get that.
company.
Yeah.
They have, their qualifying agent for Nevada for patrol, and he's going to be the qualifying agent for dog handler here in Nevada to bring them into compliance.
Okay. Gotta beat this too much.
This is Board Member Cortez. For the record, I have one last question. Mr. Thinefeld, did you fill out the application on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Thinefeld? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we deny Mr. Thinefeld's application for individual dog handler license and for the reasons of failure to disclose arrest history and failure to provide documentation for the financial issues.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Grunauer second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. So unfortunately, at this time, you will not be able to get your qualifying agent license. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to contact the office towards the end of this week, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good day. Okay, we have agenda item number 30, Vestige Canine Solutions. Do we have Mr. Daniel Gowans and Daniel Gurdusky? Okay. So, sir, I see that you're back with us. Thank you for rejoining us. Okay, and so could you guys please introduce yourselves?
Yes, Madam Chair, my name is Severin Carlson. I'm a partner with Kempfer Kroll. I'm appearing virtually out of my office in Reno, Nevada, and I have with me, and I represent Vestige Canine Solutions LLC. With me virtually is Daniel Girdusky, who is a principal in the company. He's appearing virtually as well. I'll allow him to introduce himself.
Yes, as Severin said, my name is Daniel Grodowski. I'm one of the partners for Vestige Canine Solutions. I'm appearing virtually from Miami, Florida.
I'm sorry, where?
Miami, Florida.
Okay. Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. Do they need to get sworn in?
No, Madam Chair, they're attorneys. They don't need to be sworn in.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yep.
This is Gronauer. I have to recuse myself from this with Comfort Crown involved. My son's managing partner of Comfort Crown. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so Executive Director, do you want to give us a understanding of what the request is?
Executive Director Saladino, for the record, just going off of the agenda item, they have Vestige Canine Solutions has been issued unlicensed activity citation I-0025-25 pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute. They're here to appeal it.
Okay. And then I guess, Mr. Severin, you were on earlier. It sounded like you were requesting a continuance.
Yes, Madam Chair. So again, we'll reiterate our request. One of my colleagues had reached out to the board's office on Friday, but there was no connection via the phone. My colleague then spoke with the agency's counsel on Monday, March 9th, and ultimately we were denied the request for a continuance based on alleged unresponsiveness of my client. We think that the record belies that assertion. And then on Tuesday morning, we submitted a written request to your executive director and counsel, setting forth the good cause standard. And we continue to believe the good cause standard has been met. NRS 233B provides that parties should have an opportunity to be heard, that they are entitled to have counsel as a matter of right. And when you look at the timing and the background of the communications between the board's office and Vestige, they have been responsive. And even if you were to consider it non-responsive, we've received no response to our letter of Tuesday morning. And for purposes of judicial review, clearly affording counsel an opportunity to get up to speed when we were only retained at the end of February, a 2-week notice period to make sure that the record is complete so that this board can consider all of the facts, all of the applicable law, and to make a record that is suitable for judicial review justifies good cause. Furthermore, if the board were to circumvent and shortcut Vestige's statutory right to have legal counsel, we're looking at a scenario where on judicial review, a district court could very well remand this case back to this board for consideration a second time. And that not only wastes the resources of my client, but it wastes the resources of taxpayers and licensee dollars and this agency's time and effort. So again, we would request that this appeal hearing be continued to the board's next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. So that I have this correct, the request here is for a continuance, and that's what I would ask the board to make a motion on.
This is Senior DAG, Todd Weiss. Actually, the continuance request is the sole discretion of the chair, Madam Chair.
Okay. Quick question for you, Mr. Severin. You said that you tried to contact the office on, I believe it was Friday?
Correct.
Which office was that, sir?
The let me make sure I have the number correctly. My colleague attempted calling 775-684-3125, which turned out to be an inactive number, and then attempted to call area code 702-486-3003, where the line would not connect. And then on Monday morning, my colleague again tried the Las Vegas number, the 702-486-3003, where it did eventually ring through and connected with a receptionist who put my colleague in touch with the board's counsel.
Okay. And then reviewing the, okay. Okay. Seeing as this case has been, the notification of the first emails went out at approximate in November, is there a reason why there was no response to those initial emails?
There were responses, Chairwoman, and we lay that out in our record that in our letter of March 10th, 2026, that on February 2nd, 2025, Vestige Representative Daniel Gierdusky called and emailed the executive director to request a status of setting of the hearing. And there are a number of emails back and forth between Mr. Gierdusky and the executive director. The executive director indicated that the hearing would be scheduled for March 11th and 12th with no further detail, and that we could expect a call from the board's counsel. On February 23rd, Mr. Gierdusky again emailed the executive director for an update regarding the agenda and confirmed the hearing date. Thereafter, Mr. Gierdusky had a telephone conference with Ms. Itkin Goodman, and she had been asking about counsel. He had indicated that they were still identifying counsel, and I can tell you as an officer of the court licensed in Nevada for over 20 years, when Mr. Gierdusky called me, we had to run a conflicts check, not necessarily because of any conflicts with this agency or the board, but because there were other licensees involved who are private businesses that my firm or my other partners might represent. And so it takes some time to do that conflict check. Once the conflict check came back, we ended up being engaged. And then on February 25th, 2026, just 2 weeks before this hearing, the agency provided its witness and exhibit list. So that was 2 weeks ago. We represent more than one client, but having 2 weeks to be fully up to speed on all of the factual allegations, understanding the history and the facts from my client's perspective, and then understanding and analyzing the scope of the legal issue at hand, which deals with subcontracting, some legislative history related to 2015 and how the statutes that are applicable here have changed and what that suggests in terms of legislative intent isn't something that a reasonable person would be prepared for in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks. And again, I reiterate, NRS 233B specifically provides that a party can be represented by counsel, is entitled to a fair hearing, and has the opportunity to present evidence and arguments concerning all issues.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown for the record.
Yes.
I see that our counsel, Ms. Itkin Goodman, is sitting at the table. Should we afford her an opportunity to speak if she's wanting to do so?
Yes. Sorry.
Stephanie Goodman, for the record.
Turn your mic on.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry about that. Stephanie Goodman, for the record. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. The state objects to the request for a continuance. The Attorney General's office and PILB's executive director tried to reach out to the appellant on multiple occasions via phone and email regarding whether they obtained counsel. I'll outline the timeline, showing our continuous attempts. Now, on December 15th of 2025, PILB was notified of the appeal request via email. Now, January 6th, 2026, the executive director of PILB, Vincent Saladino, scheduled a call with Mr. Gowans via email. Now, the following day, they spoke regarding the appeal. Mr. Gowans indicated he needed to speak with his partner and look up case law, and would then get back to Mr. Saladino within 2 weeks. Now, January 26th, 2026, Mr. Saladino emailed Mr. Gowans to follow up and didn't receive a response until February 1st, 2026. And that's when Daniel Gurdusky stated that he'd be the point of contact now for Vistage Canine. Now, February 9th, 2026, I spoke to Mr. Gurdusky on the phone. He said he'd be hiring an attorney and would call me with the information as soon as he got one. Now, February 11th, 2026, I sent a follow-up email asking for that attorney's information. No response. Again, February 23rd, 2026, I sent a follow-up email regarding representation. Once again, no response. February 25th, 2026, I then sent an exhibit and witness list. Once again, no response. Now, throughout this entire time, I tried to reach the appellant via phone and left multiple voicemails, which were not ever returned. Now, the appellant was properly noticed well in advance of this hearing, and he had ample opportunity to retain counsel, but apparently did not do so until just over a week ago. According to the appellant's attorney, they were retained February 27th of 2026, yet the communication from their counsel to the Attorney General's office was only 2 days ago, and it was solely to request a continuance. Now, it's the state's position that the appellant had more than enough time to prepare. Particularly, they were the party who initiated the appeal in December. And because this was the appellant's second violation of Nevada law for the same exact conduct 1 year after they were initially cited. So as such, the state respectfully requests that the hearing proceed as scheduled to ensure the fair and efficient resolution of this matter. Thank you.
This is Board Chair Nixon. I think at this point we need to move forward with the process. Thank you.
And so Madam Chair, just for clarification for the record, so despite the chair having the discretion for good cause, which is a highly abstract term according to the Nevada Supreme Court, and despite the fact that the record upon which the citation was issued was never revealed with the citation when it was issued, it was only revealed when the agency issued its exhibit list and witness list, that the contention is that Vestige was aware of the rationale and reasoning beyond the one-page citation that was issued, so as to be adequately prepared for this hearing in less than 2 weeks, with counsel having come on board at the end of February. I just want to make sure that the rationale for the decision, if it's going to be to deny a continuance, is set forth in the record, the rationale for denying a continuance, and to deprive a party of having prepared counsel to have a fair hearing before this board.
So we're going to let legal counsel respond to that.
This is Senior Deputy Attorney General Todd Weiss. Counsel, the only explanation the board chair needs to provide is that the motion is denied for a finding of there's not good cause. She does not need to provide in a detailed order like a judge would. This is an administrative hearing.
Okay, and for the record, I'll disagree with that assessment, and we'll let the district court figure that out if the motion to continue this hearing is denied when there's no existential circumstance that requires this board's action today on an appeal when there are no allegations of ongoing violations of state law or the public being at risk.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for the appellate's counsel. Sir, I am not an attorney, and I do not have the education and vast experience that you do, but as a regular, everyday ex-cop, seeing that you got this information a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, shouldn't you have at that point gone, wow, this is a lot, and started this procedure then, rather than at the last minute, 2 days ago, or given your phone call Friday afternoon, 3 days ago, as far as business work goes?
So in terms of caseload, we were looking at it, and ideally, we would prefer to be prepared and ready to go for today, knowing that this board only meets quarterly, because we intend to seek judicial review. We think there's a salient legal issue that really isn't being considered by the agency. So certainly, I'd rather not wait until June, but I want to be adequately prepared so that this board fully understands the facts and all of the legal questions at issue, so that it can make the most informed decision and prepare the best record for the district court.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think we go ahead and move forward. I've made my decision. Next steps.
May I begin with an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Stephanie Goodman, for the record again. So this case involves unlicensed dog handler security services performed by Vestige Canine Solutions and its owner, Daniel Gowans. Now, Vestige Canine Solutions never held a Nevada PILB license. Now, the applicable law is under Nevada Administrative Code 648.5701, which reads, a person who is not licensed pursuant to Chapter 648 of NRS and is not exempt from the provisions of Chapter 648 of the NRS relating to licensure shall not act as a contractor for the purposes of engaging in any activity regulated by Chapter 648. The other applicable provision is from NRS 648.060, and that states that a license is required to engage in or advertise business. Now, any person or business providing security services, including canine protection, must hold a valid PILB license. And subcontracting through a licensed provider does not exempt an unlicensed company here. So in 2024, Vestige was cited for unlicensed dog handler security activity at the SEMA show and paid that citation, acknowledging the violation. Now, despite that formal enforcement action, Vestige returned in 2025, the following year, to the SEMA show and again engaged in dog handler security services while once again unlicensed. Now, the evidence today will show Vestige held the contract for dog handling security services at SEMA 2025. Vestige subcontracted those services to Pinnacle Protection Group, a Nevada licensed company, and under the provisions of NAC 648.570 and NRS 648.060, Vestige violated the law, as an unlicensed company cannot subtract regulated services to a licensee. The contract shows Vestige paid Pinnacle, proving Vestige was the contracting party and was operating illegally. Now, Investigator Swarthart will testify to these facts and introduce the contract and communications confirming the violation. At the conclusion of the hearing, we will ask the board to uphold citation I-0025-25 in full, as the evidence presented will clearly establish that we have met our burden by preponderance of the evidence, meaning it's more likely than not that the violation occurred, and that Vestige Canine Solutions engaged in unlicensed dog handling security services and prohibited subcontracting activity in direct violation of Nevada law. Thank you.
Mr. Severin, do you have an opening statement?
Yes. Again, Severin Carlson for the record on behalf of the appellant Vestige Canine Solutions LLC. As this board knows, an administrative enforcement action must be supported by evidence sufficient to show it meets the applicable standard. NRS 648 does not specify an evidentiary standard, so we defer to NRS 233B 127. That standard is preponderance of the evidence. Accordingly, the agency must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Vestige's conduct constituted a violation of NRS 648 and NAC 648 as alleged, including the specific elements necessary to establish that Vestige was required to hold a license the citation claims was missing. The central issue in this hearing is not whether licensing rules exist, but whether Vestige's conduct as it occurred falls within the licensing requirements the citation invokes. Nevada requires strict construction of statutes imposing penalties. State versus Lucero, 97 Nevada, 450 from 1981. Administrative agencies cannot expand statutes beyond their text. Sierra Life Insurance Company versus the Commissioner, 85 Nevada, 92 from 1969. NRS 648 and NAC 648 must be read narrowly and strictly interpreted unless ambiguous. Vestige's position is straightforward. The citation alleges a failure to hold a license despite the fact that the work for SEMA 2025 was subcontracted to a licensed PILB entity. The evidence shows that this subcontracting arrangement is inconsistent with the allegation that Vestige itself engaged in unlicensed activity as claimed. Nothing in NRS 648 nor NAC 648 prohibits an entity from subcontracting with a licensed Nevada entity to perform dog handling or other regulated services. NRS 648-060 prohibits persons from engaging in the business of private investigator, private patrol officer, process server, repossessor, dog handler, security consultant, or polygraphic examiner or intern, or advertising his or her business as such, irrespective of the name or title actually used. Notably, the statutes do not define what is engaging in business. And in 2015, language was struck from the statute pursuant to AB 173, which previously provided, under subsection 3, a person licensed pursuant to this chapter may employ only another licensee or a non-licensed person who, A, is at least 18 years of age, B, is a citizen of the United States or lawfully entitled to remain and work in the United States, C, is of good moral character and temperate habits, D, has not been convicted of a felony or a crime involving moral turpitude, or the illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon, and E, is registered pursuant to this chapter. The legislature's decision to strike this language suggests a deviation from prohibition against hiring subcontracting between non-licensed and licensed entities to comply with NRS 648. This board should consider that legislative history behind AB 173. Further, Vestige expects to present testimony and documentary evidence addressing the subcontracting relationship with Pinnacle and the manner in which that work was assigned and performed. Vestige also expects to present evidence sufficient to test the basis for the citation, including the assumptions and conclusions underlying the allegation that Vestige was required to hold a license at issue, notwithstanding the use of Pinnacle. At the conclusion of the evidence, Vestige will request that this board enter a decision dismissing the citation because the agency has not met its burden to prove the alleged violations by a preponderance of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, you want to present any evidence?
Yes, I will be direct examining Investigator Swarthart. Can you please state your name and position for the record?
My name is Zachary Ellis Swarthout. I am a supervisory investigator for the State of Nevada Private Investigators Licensing Board.
What do your typical duties entail?
We do work card background investigations, complaints and investigations. We do reviews of licensees and make sure that they're in compliance with licenses, and we investigate unlicensed activities.
Now, did Vestige Canine Solutions ever hold a Nevada PILB license?
No.
Did you issue a citation to Vestige in 2024?
Yes, I did.
What was it issued for, if you
It was issued because they were operating at the SEMA show. We had received multiple phone calls leading up to it on that day when it started. When we got down there, there was individuals that were wearing a Vestige uniform. Vestige, of course, we had no record of it. So when we went and talked to them, it turned out it was a licensee of ours, Kingpin K9. And then we met up with Kevin Silverman for Kingpin and with Daniel Gowans and I believe Mr. Kudusky. I hope I'm saying that name right. And we discussed the issue at hand dealing with it because they held the contract and then they were paying our licensee to provide the services.
And to confirm, you were on site, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, please refer to Exhibit A. Now, is this the citation that was issued? In 2024, that is.
Yes, it is.
When was it issued? The date, please.
November 6th.
Did they pay this citation?
Yes, they did.
Please refer to Exhibit C. Did this email indicate that you received a check on November 22nd, 2024 for payment of the citation?
Yes, it does.
The state moves to admit Exhibit A and C, which shows how Vestige had already been formally cited for unlicensed dog handling security services and acknowledged the violation by paying the fine.
Madam Chair, you have to rule on the motion or the request to admit the exhibit.
We'll raise an objection that the 2024 citation is irrelevant with respect to the 2025 citation that's being appealed today.
So, thank you, and understood. So, I'm sorry, I have to rule or ask for a motion?
No, this is not a motion for the board. This is just a decision for you as the board chair to either admit or deny, the exhibit. Both, obviously, it's being requested to be admitted by board counsel, and defense has an objection. There's not much guidance I can provide you on that, whether to admit or deny. Maybe what is the purpose for the exhibit being admitted? Is it
To show that, Stephanie and Goodman, for the record, to show that they already had the same exact violation the year prior, so they knew how to comply and what it takes to not comply. Hence why the first citation was issued and then paid for.
I think that's relevant.
Yeah, I agree. Please put the evidence into record. Put the evidence into record, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, after paying the citation, did Vestige continue communicating with the board about licensing?
Yes, I did.
Now, please refer to Exhibit C. Specifically points B and C listed on page 1 of this email. What was the communication regarding?
It was dealing with how they would set up the Nevada Secretary of State and when they would need to have the submission done for submitting for the next board meeting, and that they could make it onto.
Okay, when was this dated?
December 3rd, 2024.
Please turn to Exhibit D. Specifically on the top of page 1, what was this email regarding?
This was regarding them in submitting their application on giving them a little bit more time.
Now, please turn to the following exhibit, which is E, on the top of page 1. What was this email regarding?
It was regarding, because they were talking about bringing in somebody who already had a license for it and having them become forward as the QA when we would need that application for that.
Okay, and when was that dated?
March 20th, 2025.
Oh, and to clarify, QA means?
Qualifying agent.
Now, please turn to the following exhibit, F. Specifically on the top of page 1, what is this regarding?
So he was asking if they could be the qualifying agent for 2 companies at the same time per statute. One of the other ones, it does not allow it. You can only have one QA in the one category for one company at a time.
When was that dated, please?
March 25th, 2025.
The state moves to admit exhibits D through F, as these exhibits show Vestige was fully aware of the licensing process as well as the requirements. These communications and guidance were made after the first citation and prior to the second citation.
We'll object to the extent that counsel for the agency has speculated as to what my client's knowledge was or was not.
Motion to admit evidence is granted.
Now, did Vestige ever obtain a Nevada license?
No.
Please refer to Exhibit H. What is it?
It is a printout of security vendors cheat sheet for SEMA 2025.
What did this indicate to you?
It indicated that we had Allied working there, Security Unlimited, COP Security, Apex Security, and Vestige K9 Solutions.
And what was Vestige's role here then?
It talks about screening front door, providing services, and this is all the companies that were providing security services at the show.
Now, the state moves to admit Exhibit H, as it shows Vestige was listed as a vendor providing dog handling security services at the 2025 SEMA show. This is direct evidence that Vestige was offering and arranging regulated services while unlicensed.
I'd raise an objection again as to the authenticity of Exhibit H and that it's a hearsay statement.
I grant the motion to admit the evidence.
Now, on November 4th, 2025, did you receive information that Vestige was again providing dog handling services at 2025 SEMA?
Yes.
Did you go to SEMA to investigate further?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
When we got down there, we ran into Pinnacle Protection, and when we were talking to them, we asked them if they had the contract. They said that they had the contract with Vestige. And then we asked them if they could provide that contract, which they did later that night.
Thank you. Now, please turn to Exhibit J. What is it?
It is the contract that Pinnacle provided us that they had between them, Vestige and them for the services.
And to reiterate, how did you obtain it?
It was provided to us by Pinnacle Protection Group.
When was the contract dated?
It looks like it was dated October 30th of 2025.
Now, what's the contract regarding?
It is regarding the relationship and the services that are going to be provided for the SEMA show and SEMA Fest 2025 at the Las Vegas Convention Center. It talks about how many employees for what times, how many hours, and the rate that they're going to be paid, and how many guards that they're to provide and what the duties are of them.
And what was the relationship between Vestige K9 Solutions and Pinnacle Protection Group in that contract?
So Vestige had the contract. They subbed out the services to Pinnacle to provide the services at the show.
The state moves to admit Exhibit J, as this exhibit contains the contract between Vestige and Pinnacle. The contract shows Vestige was the contracting party and was responsible for paying Pinnacle. This proves Vestige acted as a contractor for regulated security services while unlicensed, in violation of Nevada law.
I'll raise an objection to the extent that counsel for the agency has testified as to what the contract stands for. The contract speaks for itself.
Okay. I agree. Let's move the evidence into.
Now, specifically, please refer to Exhibit J, which is what we're on right now, page 2, section 3. Can you read 3.2 for me?
You said 3.2?
Yes, please.
Vestige are fees and charges, and then 3.2 is payment. Vestige shall make payment via check or wire within 30 days of receipt of an undisputed invoice.
Now, as Vestige Canine was unlicensed, was this subcontracting service to Pinnacle a violation of Nevada law?
Yes, it is.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Madam Chair, you have to rule on the objection.
I'm sorry, please hold. You're gonna.
Sorry, Counsel, could you restate the objection?
The objection is that the investigator's interpretation of 3.2 of the contract calls for a legal conclusion.
I would argue
Based on
based on his. I would argue based on his experience and knowledge in the field, that he could speak to that.
Objection overruled. I agree.
Now, did you issue a citation for this violation?
Yes, I did.
Please refer to Exhibit K. Now, is this a citation you issued?
Yes, it is.
Briefly, what was this citation based on?
It was based on them subcontracting the services out to Pinnacle.
And you viewed this personally, this violation personally, is that correct?
Yes.
Please list the citation number.
I-0025-25.
When was it issued?
It was issued November 14th, 2025.
Now, please refer to Exhibit L, which is the following exhibit.
Okay.
What is it?
It is the email. I also emailed it to him and attached it and asked him to set up a time that we could discuss them moving forward for licensure.
Would you say it depicts delivery of the citation then? Does it depict delivery of the citation?
Yes.
Okay. The state moves to admit exhibits K and L, as these are the 2025 citation number I-0025-5, as these exhibits show the citation was issued and properly served.
Approved to move.
Objection as to whether the citation was properly served. No other objection to those two exhibits.
Approved to move evidence into record.
Okay. Please refer to Exhibit M. Please read the second sentence at the top of the email.
Okay, so you are asking if you had a contract for services in Nevada and are transferring it to a Nevada state licensed company to provide the services, if that would be acceptable under PLB regulations.
Does this show Mr. Gowan's asking about transferring contracts then?
Yes.
And how did you respond after that?
We responded with giving them all their information of how to do it correctly with the statutes and regulations concerning those matters.
Now, when was this dated?
November 21st, 2025.
Now, was this dated after the second citation in 2025?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it was.
The state moves to admit Exhibit M. This exhibit shows that Vestige Canine acknowledged the licensing requirements and their attempt to act as a contractor, as they were now seeking to transfer the contract.
Objection, this is irrelevant. It was after the citation was issued. Further, Vestige doesn't waive by any of its actions the actual statutory authority or lack of authority relative to contracting.
I approve to move this evidence into record.
So, Mr. Swarthout, based on your testimony today, Did Vestige Canine Solutions engage in the business of providing regulated dog handler security services in Nevada while unlicensed, including subcontracting work in violation of Nevada law?
Yes, I did.
No further questions. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, so Mr. Severin, do you have any evidence that you'd like to put into record?
Madam
like
Chair, this
to
will be
cross-
cross-examination of
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
witness.
Sorry, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. This is Severin Carlson for the record again. Mr. Swarthout, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Could I get you to state it one more time so I can hopefully not butcher it?
Swarthout.
Swarthout?
He swore he was out.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Investigator, when you, I believe your testimony was you, quote, ran into Pinnacle at SEMA. Could you give me a little more context of ran into?
We came in, we were on the main floor walking towards the front where we know canines normally are, where people are coming in, and that's where we normally had security checkpoints when we do a site check in that, because we try and get the security in that and get out of there as fast as we can. So as we're walking through, getting to that main entrance to that main lobby, we ran into Brian Milborn, one of the qualifying agents for Pinnacle, out there walking his dog.
You didn't know whether Pinnacle would be at the SEMA 2025 before you arrived?
I did not know that they were going to be there.
In 2024, you cited Vistage at least in part because its employees were working SEMA wearing Vestige canine uniforms, correct?
Correct. That was part of the citation.
But in 2025, Vestige was not on site during the SEMA working the show, correct?
I do not know if they were. All I ran into was the Pinnacle guys. I don't know if Mr. Gowans or Mr. Grudusky was on site.
In your unlicensed activity report, which is your Exhibit O, you mentioned you and Investigator Blackmore discussed subcontracting services could only be provided if both parties were licensed, correct?
Correct.
Where does it state either in NRS or in the NAC that both parties need to be licensed?
570, it talks about entering a contract and stuff. And NAC 648 570 talks about subcontracting and contracting services in the state.
And Investigator, you indicated a Ryan Milburn, correct?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Milburn?
I knew him when he worked at the Wynn Casino. He's also runs International Casino Working Dog Association in that. And I've had dealings with that in review of making sure that he stays compliant on that. And then since he's now licensed, he's also a licensee of ours.
Do you know Mr. Milburn in any non-professional setting?
Objection.
What's the objection, counsel?
Oh, my apologies. Relevance outside of the scope of this suit. It has nothing to do with, citation appeal has nothing to do with it at all.
It shows whether he has any bias in terms of his investigation. And I would ask that I'm allowed to make an offer of proof and that the witness be instructed to answer the question.
I'd allow it, Madam Chair.
I'll allow it.
I have not seen the evidence that you're speaking of right now, that you're relying on, that your objection is relying on. What is that specifically then?
I didn't raise the objection. You did. I'm
Oh,
asking
my apologies. I'm saying, which evidence are you relying on in saying that he was biased or potentially biased?
It's cross-examination.
So there's nothing, okay.
It's cross-examination.
Withdrawn, withdrawn.
Investigator, do you have any other relationship with Mr. Milborn outside of a professional relationship?
We don't go out for drinks if that's what you're asking. He does have my cell phone number. He does ask me questions like a lot of other licensees do when they have questions dealing with stuff.
Investigator, you and Mr. Milborn are in a bowling league together, correct?
Me and Mr. Milborn, no.
You are not in a bowling league together?
Not with Mr. Milborn.
If Mr. Milborn were to testify that he was in a bowling league with you, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I would disagree because that would be shocking to me because I don't think I've ever seen him at bowling.
One second, Madam Chair. I think I'm almost wrapped up here. Investigator, in your Exhibit O, your unlicensed activity report, in the first paragraph, you indicate that you received multiple phone calls from companies and individuals that were working the 2024 SEMA show, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Was Mr. Milborn one of those individuals who contacted you?
No, he was not.
Was any other representative in contact from Pinnacle in contact with you at that time?
No, they were not.
With respect to the 2025 SEMA show, did you receive any calls from companies or individuals regarding an unlicensed dog handler company working the show?
Yes, I did.
Was Pinnacle one of those companies that called you?
No, they were not.
Was Mr. Milburn?
No, he was not.
Has Pinnacle hasn't been investigated with respect to the 2025 SEMA show and the contract that's been admitted into evidence during this hearing, has it?
It was reviewed, but they weren't investigated because they are licensed by us to provide those services.
Okay. And Pinnacle wasn't cited for contracting with an unlicensed party?
No, they were not.
No further questions.
Board members may now ask questions of the witness.
Board, are there any questions for Investigator Swarthout? This is board member or board chair Nixon. I do have a question, Mr. Swarthout. Is there a reason why Pinnacle has not been cited?
To my knowledge, there's not a violation. The only option would be 150 for board disciplinary action. There's no violation fee fine set for the company.
Okay. Board, are there any other questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, move to the next.
Yes, witness is excused. Maybe we'll request a 5-minute. I know you guys have been going about 2 hours. You want to do a 5-minute break?
Let's do that. Let's do a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 11. For all the folks that are sitting in the audience, I appreciate your patience as we go through this. but please come back at 11 so that we continue and then get to your section of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, it's 5 after, so I wanted to check. Do we have all parties up north? Are we ready to go?
We are, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we have all parties ready to go down south? Okay. Legal counsel Severin, do you have any evidence or witnesses that you'd like to question?
Yes, Madam Chair, Severin Carlson for the record on behalf of Vestige K9 LLC. We have one witness to call, Daniel Gierdusky.
Hi, this is Daniel Grodowski. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yeah.
You do. Mr. Giudeschi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, may I proceed?
There is.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, is it okay if Thank
Yeah,
you.
sorry, we can't see you anymore, so the camera's doing a little bit of something. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gierdusky, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Daniel Grodowski, Daniel. My last name is spelled Girdusky.
Thank you. Mr. Gierdusky, what is Vestige K9 LLC?
Vestige K9, we provide canine solutions across the country for events, halfway houses, things like that, both for narcotic and explosive detection.
What is your role with Vestige?
I am one of the principals. There are 3 partners, but there are 3 business owners. There's 2 principals, myself and Dan Gowns.
How are you familiar with the proceedings before this board today?
Can you restate that?
Yeah, how are you familiar with, or why are we here today? What's your understanding of why we're here today?
So my understanding is that we received a citation back during SEMA 2025, and we are appealing that decision.
Okay. What is SEMA?
SEMA, I can't give you the exact acronym, but it's the largest car show in the country. It's one of the largest trade shows of any kind in the country.
Okay. And how is Vestige affiliated with SEMA?
We were hired to provide canine and security services for the event.
And you're aware of a 2024 citation issued by Nevada's Private Investigators Licensing Board, correct?
Correct. I was actually there with Zach. He said he wasn't sure if I was there, but I was in the room when that meeting happened.
Okay. And by Zach, you're talking about investigator Zachary Swarthout?
Yes, I am.
You indicated you had conversations with him around the time of the 2024 citation?
Yes. So during the 2024 SEMA event, I believe it was the first or second day of a 4-day event, we encountered the inspector. He had someone else from his office with him as well. I do not know her name. And we had a sit-down meeting that probably lasted about 15 to 25 minutes discussing what the issues were with the conduct. The issue that he specified was the uniforms. They were wearing Vestige K9 uniforms, which they were not authorized to do, according to him. So he allowed us to continue that day. And for the next day and subsequent days of the event, he allowed us to continue to provide the services throughout the event. He just wanted us to change out these shirts to the Kingpin shirts or a nondescript shirt for the canine handlers. And that's what happened.
What's the relevance of Kingpin?
Kingpin was our subcontractor for the 2024 SEMA event.
Okay. And in 2025, you're familiar with the immediate citation that's the subject of this appeal?
I am. This was, we got the citation, I want to say, a week or 2 after the event. And that's, yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with investigator Swarthout prior to the issuance of the 2025 citation?
No, we did not meet with him. He did not see us. We were aware that he was present, and I know he checked some of the Pinnacle canine handlers that were on site, checked their PLIB cards, on which they all had, and they were all in compliance with. But the citation was unknown to us till it came to us, whenever it was, a week or two later.
Did any Vestige employees provide services at SEMA in 2025?
No.
Could you tell us about the contract agreement with Pinnacle Protection Group for the SEMA 2025 event?
We had a contractual relationship with Pinnacle to provide the canine security services as described in the contract. Everyone who worked at the event for those services was an employee of Pinnacle and licensed under Pinnacle.
Do you know if Pinnacle Pinnacle's been investigated for entering into that contract?
I am unaware, besides from the inspector's cross from just earlier today.
Okay. Have you discussed the 2025 citation with Pinnacle's, I believe it says their QA, Ryan Milburn?
I believe he was made aware that we received it immediately after, but there have not been further ongoing conversations. The only conversation was about, we had a subsequent event that was coming up in Las Vegas that he wanted us to sign over to him to deal directly, and he would just give us a small, basically, referral fee. And that's kind of when we had that conversation. That conversation was prior to the citation. He anticipated that we may receive a citation. He didn't feel comfortable. But then immediately afterwards, he continued the conversations aggressively. And at that point, our relationship deteriorated.
Mr. Gierdesky, I'm not asking for a legal question, but just in your experience as a business person who provides canine services throughout the country for events like SEMA, what do you see as the distinction or difference between the 2025 citation and the 2024 citation?
In the 2024 citation, we were specifically cited for and had a discussion with the inspector regarding the uniform shirts, and that they needed to match the company that they were working under, which was noted and understood. For in anticipation of the 2025 event, we know that we didn't want to repeat our mistake. So we made sure that everything was running through a subcontractor, from the uniforms to the licenses to the employment. Everything was sent through Pinnacle so that we were in compliance based upon our experience with 2024.
And Mr. Gierdesky, I'm going to turn a little bit just for purposes of making sure we have a clear record with respect to our request for a continuance that was denied. How would you characterize the back and forth that you've had on behalf of Vestige with the board's office since the citation was issued?
So we received the citation. I believe there's one email back and forth between the inspector and my partner, Dan Gowans, which we got a reply to. Then we heard nothing for a good while until we had been reached out from someone else from the office, and there was one phone call between Dan and him. And then I jumped in later. Vincent Saladino. The later on, I jumped in because of a family emergency with my business partner. His wife's cancer had returned aggressively around this time, so he was not able to manage regular business operations consistently. So I had reached out to Mr. Saladino. We went back and forth a few times where he informed us the hearing would be either today, the 11th, or the 12th. And then there was pretty much a long pause between. He also advised me that I would be hearing from the Attorney General's office, which I did. We had a conversation where I said that we did not retain counsel yet, but we were trying to. I believe there may have been one other conversation. Everything was verbal with the Attorney General's office. And they did send separate emails, but the only other communication was with Mr. Saladino, where I sought out clarity just March 6th. I got the agenda, and I think there might have been on the one other day where it was still early March, I believe, where they hadn't actually pinned down exactly what day it was. That was when I reached out to him, and he had told us, no, it's definitely going to be the 11th.
And Mr. Gierdeski, when you mentioned your business partner, Mr. Gowan's wife's cancer coming back, was the agency made aware of that emergency and those circumstances, to your knowledge?
He did offer, Mr. Saladino, I believe, offer condolences. I have to check with the specificity of what was said by me, but I did say that basically Mr. Gowan was going through a family emergency.
Okay. And Mr. Gierdeski, is there any other information that you would like to relay to the board in consideration of Vestige's appeal?
I think that the key thing is that, we worked hard to communicate with the PLIB board, PLIB office throughout, from the time of the first citation through, the second citation. We were working on our license and being submitted, as there was evidence of already. I believe the PLIB office, they experienced a serious hacking incident sometime around the summer of last year, in which case we were informed they were unable to get emails, even answer phone calls. And our application was being pushed off because they eventually, months later, had gotten back on track. So there was a huge communication issue during a large period of this time with, the 2025, in our understanding from our sit down 2024 with the inspector, the issue was the uniforms. It was not anything about not being able to subcontract at all. We were, so we believed that we went into the 2025 event being fully compliant.
Right. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Counsel, do you have any questions for the witness?
I want to confirm that everything, sorry. Stephanie Aiken-Goodman for the record. Now, Mr. Gierdeski, I wanted to confirm, based on your testimony, you said everything between the Attorney General's office and yourself was verbal. Is that right?
I believe every communication I had back was verbal.
I had back, meaning?
Meaning that when you had the communication that I had issued was all verbal. I think we had experienced one or two phone calls. I acknowledge that you had emailed, but I didn't have any update for those emails and I didn't have any updates from our phone calls. So I had not been able to successfully engage an attorney until only recently.
Okay, so you didn't receive my February 9th, 2026, my February 11th, 2026, my February 23rd, 2026, or February 25th, 2026 emails, none of them, right?
That's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I did not communicate, my communication back was all verbal.
So you didn't respond to any of those emails of me following up, as well as Executive Director Vincent Saladino, is that right?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
So did you respond to those emails that I had just listed? those 5 dates that I had listed?
I had several emails back from Mr. Saladino, so I don't know what emails I allegedly not have responded to him, but I did not respond to your emails because there was no updates from our verbal conversation.
Okay. Now, Mr. Grodowski, Vestige Canine Solutions has never had a Nevada PILB license, is that right?
Correct.
Now, Vestige, was cited in 2024 for unlicensed dog handling security activity, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And Vestige paid that citation?
We did.
Okay. So you understood Vestige was required to have a license to provide dog handling security services, right?
Our understanding was based on our conversation with the inspector in 2024 that the main issue that we had was about the uniforms that were being worn. And if they were being subcontracted, they had to be wearing their uniforms.
Okay. Now, you had Vestige had a contract with Pinnacle Protection Group, right?
Correct.
Now, the contract shows Vestige was responsible for paying them, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So, Vestige subcontracted dog handling services to Pinnacle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Vestige was not licensed in Nevada, right?
Yes. I mean, yes being no, it was not licensed.
Now, to reiterate, you acknowledged your violation of NAC 648.570 and NRS 648.060. And that's where a license is required to engage in or advertise business, because it was on your first citation and you paid that citation and communicated with investigator Zachary Swarthoff multiple times regarding compliance, yet continued the same exact conduct in violation of the law. Is that right?
Objection. No, it's not correct. Sorry.
Okay, then no further questions.
Madam Chair,
Are there any? Oh, sorry.
I have a little bit of redirect.
Yep. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Gierdeski, could you explain again the difference as you see it between the events that led to the 2024 citation and the events and circumstances that led to the 2025 citation?
In the 2024 citation, when we actually met with the inspector, it was mostly about the he was talking about the uniforms that they were wearing, and that we would be allowed to continue the event, which we did, if we simply change out the uniforms for the next days of the SEMA 2024. But that we would be receiving a fine for the days that we did not have the correct uniforms, and that we should pay it, and proceeding forward, we were in compliance and we would be allowed to proceed. That is the main difference. The fine that we got with the first citation, we did pay because we acknowledged that issue with the uniforms. The whole citation was kind of, what it was referring to with the statutes was non-specified per, what it was exactly for. We were just familiar with the shirt issue. We admitted that, and we paid it to be in, good standing with the PLIB moving forward.
And so once the shirts were changed in 2024, you were allowed to continue to provide services for the balance of that SEMA show, correct?
Correct. The event was 4 days long, I believe, and I believe the meeting with the inspector was either the first or the second day, so we continued for 2 or 3 more days.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, board, are there any questions? Okay, I have a few. In 2024, you were told just change the shirts to, and I just want to clarify, the people actually in the shirts, the people providing the service, were they subcontracted as well?
They were subcontracted to Kingpin. They were under their license, but as to, I do not believe that they were all W-2 employees of Kingpin at that time, which we rectified for the future just to try to be, above board for the future.
Okay. And are you aware of, and I'm not sure of legal, if I'm able to ask the investigator, were those officers that were in those uniforms, were they licensed canine holders?
Yes, they were. They had
were.
PLIB cards. They had the PLIB canine cards.
Okay, so they had the PILB cards and were able to continue to work because they were licensed, even though they were subcontracted by you.
Correct.
Because if they weren't licensed, then it would have left those clients without coverage.
Yes, or they'd have to find an emergency solution. But yes, it was the issue was nothing to do with the actual handlers, from my understanding.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And then who was going to be in testimony? You had stated that someone was going to be issued a finder's fee.
Not for SEMA 2024 or SEMA 2025. This is for an already slated event we had for after 2025 that we had been in talk with Pinnacle also doing. And then the conversation obviously changed once, even before the citation, Mr. Milburn of Pinnacle was saying that, he really wanted us to just give him everything directly, client access, and contract with the client, and they would just pay us a small finder's fee for our client. And for that client, we actually have a national contract with. So it's a contract that pre-exists anything with Nevada specifically. It's for several different states.
Okay. And then that person that wanted to get the finder's fee from you, that person did, or someone noted at that time that they understood that there was going to be a citation for this?
They were going to pay us the finder's fee. They were going to take the contract from us.
I'm talking specifically about the response. You said that they understood there was going to be a citation.
This was Mr. Milburn, who the inspector had met on the property in 2025 and had conversations with him privately that we were not a part of. So from those conversations, and there's an email, I believe, from Mr. Milburn to Zach after the event. It might have been, I'm not sure if it was prior or after the citation, that he anticipated that we may get a citation. Okay. We may not have been issued the citation yet, but Mr. Milburn was preempting that we may be issued a citation based upon his interactions with the inspector.
And that was after the event?
Correct.
Not in the planning portion of it. Okay. Sir, what other states does Vestige operate in?
We have operated primarily in Florida, California. We've operated in New York. We in the past have operated in, honestly, a good number of different states.
Sir, Sir, the actual court reporter is having a hard time understanding you, so could you slow down and repeat that a little bit?
I apologize. Vestige regularly operates in a number of states, including Florida, California, New York. We have operated probably in another half dozen states in the past. I can't exactly specify which states. It was for one specific client who is a halfway house provider across the entire country.
Okay. And then do you hold licenses in those other states?
Those other states do not require K9 to hold a license.
Okay.
Nevada, from my understanding, to kind of add on, Nevada is one of two states, I believe, that we've ever encountered at least, that require K9 to hold a license.
Okay. Understood. And just to clarify, you keep saying that your understanding of the first citation was based off of the uniforms. But I'm looking at the citation here, and it states very clearly on November 5th, 2024, officers received information that Vestige Canine Solutions, Daniel Gowans, has been providing dog handler services at Las Vegas Convention Center, 3150 Paradise, Las Vegas, Nevada 89109 for the SEMA show, November 5th through the 8th. During the compliance check at the LVCC1, Supervisory Investigator Zachary Swarthout, Investigator Cassandra Blackmore encountered multiple guards wearing Vestige Solutions Vestige Canine Solutions, Daniel Gowan's uniforms and working detection dogs canines. We contact Mr. Gowans, who was on property, and stated that his company holds the contract and we're subcontracting the services to a licensed Nevada company. Vestige Solutions is not licensed to provide canine handling services, so these activities continue to be unlicensed. I mean, I do get that there was the reference of the uniforms, but it very clearly states that Daniel Gowan is not licensed to provide dog handler services in Nevada, so these activities constitute unlicensed activity. Is that unclear to you?
When I read it and when I read it then, because the way I read it was that, and remember this is predated by our conversation that with the inspector in person, that the unlicensed activity was the uniforms, and the reason it was unlicensed is the reason that it was unlicensed activity is because in conjunction with not holding a license and the uniforms not being, of the actual company with the license. So the way that we read it was connected directly to the shirts. It wasn't just also mentioned.
Okay, so you said this citation predated the conversation, but actually it was after the conversation, right?
No, correct. Our conversation was that day. The citation came either, I think, that evening or the next day. Yes.
So even if you had the conversation, reading this here, which clearly states is not licensed to provide dog handler services in Nevada, you misunderstood that.
My understanding was that the activities were not the canine activities. It was the activities that constitute unlicensed activity was actually the wearing of the shirts and the advertising. Because the advertising is in the law.
Okay. No further questions for me. Board, any other questions?
This is Board Member Brown for the record, and maybe the Executive Director or Investigator Swarthout can confirm this for me. And I don't see it specifically on the citation, but at a minimum in 2024, if we take the uniforms out of it, they were working for a licensed canine company. Therefore, their handlers would have all had to have had Nevada canine work cards in order to perform those services. Am I correct in that?
You're correct in my understanding. My understanding is that you're correct, and my understanding is that those were inspected by the inspector at the time, and we are not known of any violation for people there. We believe they all had their work cards.
So Vestige handlers had work cards, or did you bring in handlers from other companies that already had work cards here?
We brought in the shirts. It was their handlers. We had brought in them to wear our shirts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is it my understanding that you did the same thing in 2025 that you did in 2024, whereas you subcontracted the individuals, the canine individuals who had active canine cards?
In 2025, we subcontracted this entirely to the company, Pinnacle. They were all W-2 employees of Pinnacle. They were all licensed under Pinnacle, and they all wore Pinnacle uniforms. We did not have them advertise Kingsley uniforms. Vestige uniforms.
Okay. But in 2024, they were also subcontracted, but they started off in Vestige uniforms.
Correct.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I think now is time for closing statements. Is that correct?
Council respondents, do you have any further witnesses?
Oh, sorry.
No further witnesses. This is Severin Carlson on behalf of Vestige.
Okay. Yeah, now, Madam Chair, would be time for closing statements, starting with Board Counsel.
Madam Chair and members of the board, the evidence before you is clear, consistent, and undisputed. Okay, Vestige Canine Solutions has never held a Nevada PILB license and has not held a license in any other state for that matter. So in 2024, Vestige was cited for unlicensed dog handler activity at the SEMA show and paid the citation, acknowledging the violation and confirming their understanding of the licensing requirements. Now, despite that, Vestige returned to SEMA in 2024 and again offered and provided dog handling services while unlicensed. Now, the vendor list identifies Vestige, not Pinnacle, as the security provider. The contract between Vestige and Pinnacle shows that Vestige held the contract. Vestige arranged the services, and Vestige was responsible for paying Pinnacle. Pinnacle did not contract with the venue. They contracted with Vestige. Now, Nevada law is explicit. An unlicensed company may not act as a contractor for regulated security services, may not submit a bid for such work, and may not subcontract regulated services unless both parties are licensed. Vestige violated each of those requirements. By holding the contract and subcontracting the work to Pinnacle, Vestige acted as a contractor while unlicensed in violation of Nevada Administrative Code 648.570, subsection 1. As well as NRS 648.060, where a license is required to engage in or advertise business. This case is cut and dry. The evidence also shows that Vestige was aware of the licensing requirements. Their communications with the board demonstrate ongoing discussions about deadlines, qualifying agent requirements, and application issues. These communications occurred after the first citation and before the second one, eliminating any excuse for their conduct. Under Nevada law, the standard of proof is preponderance of the evidence, meaning the board only needs to determine that it is more likely than not that Vestige Canine Solutions acted as a contractor for regulated dog handling services while unlicensed. Madam Chair and members of the board, the record before you establishes just that, and the state has fully met its burden of proof. The state respectfully requests citation I-0025-25 to be upheld in its entirety. Thank you.
Council Severin, do you have a closing statement?
Yes, Madam Chair. Severin Carlson again for the record on behalf of Vestige Canine Solutions LLC. We submit and request a final decision finding that Vestige did not violate NRS 648 or NAC 648 when it subcontracted to Pinnacle, a Nevada licensed dog handler and patrol company, to conduct private patrol services during SEMA 2025. At a minimum, this should be about a single separate violation. The two citations, although tied to SEMA, are a year apart and deal with different violations, not back-to-back violations of the same offense. Furthermore, Vestige's subsequent conduct after 2024 was shaped in large part due to the investigators' interpretation and communications with the company on how to conduct business in Nevada. As such, Vestige did pay the fine in 2024. Paying that fine does not waive its right as to whether this agency's authority has been exceeded as granted by the state legislature, and whether its regulations exceed the authority within those statutes. The 2025 fine alleges a repeated violation, but it is distinctly different. Mr. Girdusky has testified about the lengthy conversation, 15 to 25 minutes, that focused on uniforms. It did not focus on the utilization of a Nevada licensee to provide those services at SEMA. And in 2025, those uniforms were not present. Yet there's another citation. It's been established that Pinnacle is licensed and that Pinnacle contracted with Vestige in 2025, wherein those dog handlers were also each licensed. Under NRS 233B 125, this board's final decision must rest on specific findings of fact and separately stated conclusions of law. Therefore, Vestige requests that this board evaluate each alleged basis for liability under the 2025 citation and enter specific findings that identify those underlying facts that would support a violation, and on this record conclude that such facts have not been proven. Furthermore, we would reiterate our position that Vestige has not had a full opportunity to be heard, to have its counsel fully engaged less than 2 weeks before this hearing, and that this board's refusal to grant a continuance has interfered with Vestige's due process rights in this case, has interfered with Vestige's right to seek discovery as to potential relationships between a Nevada licensee, Pinnacle, and an agent of this board. Therefore, we request entry of a final decision concluding that Vestige did not violate the law, supported separately by separately stated findings of fact and conclusions of law as required by Nevada's Administrative Procedures Act. I want to thank you for your time this morning. I know it's gone long. I know that I'm dealing with a board that has a very diverse background that's focused on security, protecting the public. And as a lawyer, I have an obligation to protect my client and to protect my client's rights. And I leave you with that. Please allow due process to be served. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I believe the next steps would then ask the board if they have any questions, and then move towards a motion, or just move towards a motion?
At this point, I would just go around the board members and get their take on everything they've just heard, and then for deliberation, and then we will hear a vote to either uphold or overturn the citation at issue.
Okay. We'll start up north, if you don't mind. Board Member Brown, do you have, what's your, I guess, take on the request?
This is Board Member Brown for the record. My take on this is if, it is voted to uphold the citation, Vestige through their attorneys are going to apply for judicial review, and we may be doing this again in the near future. If it goes that way, I think that we'll deal with what we have to deal with, and Vestige can pay more money than it would have cost to pay the citation and get a license in the state of Nevada to prove their point, if they so prove their point. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Bezic?
This is Bezic. I am satisfied with the testimony and prepared to make a decision when we have to.
Okay. Board Member Cortez?
I also Board Member Cortez, for the record, I also am satisfied with the testimony given by both parties. I do believe that the state has also provided enough evidence to indicate that there was enough time for conversation, correspondences, and I do believe that the investigators did their due diligence in finding errors and or violations in conduct.
Okay. Board Member Grunauer?
This is Grunauer. I have to have no comment. I have to abstain.
Sorry. This is Chair Nixon. I tend to agree with what my other board members have already stated. So at this point, I will entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the citation stating that Vestige Canine Solutions has violated NRS by unlicensed activity.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This Board Member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or recused?
Grunauer abstained.
Abstain. Okay. Motion passes. Sir, I guess the next steps for you would be to contact the board and determine, how to pay the fine and any other next steps that you want to take. Thank you.
We'll be in touch with the board's office. Thank you.
Thank you for the board's time.
Thank you. Okay, members of the public, again, sorry for the delay, but it was part of the process that we had to go through. We will continue and try to work to get back on schedule here. I do notice that there are a lot more people in the audience, so anybody that was not sworn in earlier, could you please stand while we swear you in now?
Will everyone giving testimony today please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Investigator, do we have the proof requested that Mr. Mesa paid off those, the outstanding charges?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Mesa? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to approve Alberto Mesa for an individual private patrol officer license and that it be placed in abeyance so that he may become the qualifying agent for Vigilant Asset Protection LLC, license number 3038, all subject to statutory and regulatory requirements.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, sir, and thank you for going through the extra steps of taking care of that.
Of course, thank you so much.
Yep, you can contact the office at the end of the week. Okay. Okay, agenda item number 31. Mr. Ray Walker, are you in the audience, please? Thank you. Okay, board, this is another appeal for a certified firearms instructor. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Walker?
The applicant's applying again to be a certified firearms instructor with the board. He did hold a license and was originally approved in 2013 and held it all the way until 2024 when all his licenses expired and he was in good standing at that time. During that time, he did pick up a case dealing with another individual dealing with the CCW instructor, and now he's hoping to come back and become a CFI again.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the case happened in 2024. Yep, okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Walker?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Walker, as we understand it from the investigative report, in April of 2025, you took a plea deal for the charges that the disturbing of the peace charge, and part of that plea deal was that you could no longer teach CCW classes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial based on the fact that the applicant agreed in a plea deal with the judicial court that he could not teach CCW classes anymore. Therefore, it doesn't need a license for a certified firearms instructor.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Unfortunately, sir, at this time, we're not going to be able to approve your request. Your license is continued to be denied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 32, LaShonda Wilson. Are you here? Okay. Okay, Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Wilson?
Yes, Investigator Cuevas, for the record, the applicant was denied for failure to disclose her felony convictions. The applicant was made provisional but not added to a company roster and wishes to appeal today.
Okay. Board, any questions for Ms. Wilson?
It's Board Member Cortez for the record. Ms. Wilson, is there a reason why you failed to disclose any of your criminal history on your application?
Well, I did. I thought I did. But it was over 10 years ago. So the instructor at the schools said I didn't have to do anything.
Hang on one second. I can barely hear you. If you can move up towards the microphone.
The instructor, what I was told, that I didn't, since it's been over 10 years, I didn't have to put that on there, but I thought I did.
Okay, and did you fill out the application yourself, or did somebody else fill it out for you?
No, I filled out the application
You filled it out for yourself. Okay. Did you read the page with a red stop sign that indicates that you needed to list all of your criminal history, regardless of time and or disposition? Is your testimony today that you're indicating that if it was over 10 years, either you went ahead and not disclosed it, or you were advised not to disclose it?
I was advised not to disclose it, but if you go to the application, you will see I listed everything on there.
Okay, so according to our background, you did not disclose any of your criminal history. And we have incidents from 2010, 2008, 2005, 2009, 2007. Is that all you have for your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Investigator Cuevas, was any of it listed on, none of it was listed on the application?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, I do have the printout. It was an online application that was filled out. On the online arrest history, questions 1, 2, and 3 were all answered no. That is the section for the arrest history. It asks, have you ever been convicted of a felony charge? Answered no. Have you ever been convicted of a crime involving the illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon? Answered no. Question 3, do you have any other arrests, citations, or orders to appear in court not listed in questions 1 or 2? Answered no. It does on their state to list all charges and or citations, regardless of if placed in handcuffs, regardless if they were expunged, dismissed, or denied, regardless if dismissed under California PC 1203.4, regardless of how long ago the incident occurred, regardless of what state it occurred in, and it states do not list parking or minor moving violations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Gronauer. Make a motion that we uphold the denial for Ms. Wilson's work card failed to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown.
Board Member
will second.
Cortez seconding the motion.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You will not be afforded your work card today. You can reach out to the office later this week and find out what next steps could be
No,
for you.
I don't need to.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day. Agenda item number 33, Carrie Beasley. Good morning, sir. I think it's.
Hey, good morning.
Investigator Cuevas, why are we here for Mr. Beasley?
Mr. Beasley was denied for his disclosed felony conviction. He disclosed all arrest, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Beasley?
This is Gronauer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's still morning.
Fair.
What do you plan on doing with a work card?
I plan to work security, unarmed security.
Unarmed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I appreciate with your back history that you were straight up on everything on your application. I think it was really good. What have you been doing? Well, first of all, are you still on paper?
No, sir.
Parole and probation, I'm sorry.
Right. Back in 2021, I wrote the state of California, the Board of Prison Hearings, and showed them all my laudatory chronos and all the work I was doing here in Nevada because I was interstate. I paroled in 2017. And so in 2021, the state of California took me off of paper. I was on a lifetime parole. They took me off because all the excellent work I was doing in the community and at home.
Okay, very good. What have you been doing since? What kind of work you been doing?
This valet at Finley Cadillac, work janitorial, custodials, and taking classes to self-improvement and things like that, therapies, and just to keep self-help going on.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Gronauer. Motion is to grant Mr. Beasley's appeal. Did everything properly, time and distance. Good work.
Thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, sir, and good job.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, board
Fantastic
members.
work. The office will be in contact with you later this week, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Agenda item number 34, Kaji Gear Simpkins?
It's okay.
Oh, Khadijah, oh, sorry.
Hello, how are you guys today?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Simpkins?
Ms. Greer Simpkins was denied for her disclosed felony conviction. She was not made provisional and wishes to appeal.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Greer Simpkins? Okay, if we have no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Hey, this is Bezick. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Cortez will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. The office will contact you with next steps.
All right. You guys have a good day.
Good luck to you. Yes, you too. Agenda item number 35, Ashley Hoosier. Okay. We'll trail number 35. Agenda item number 36, Shakeen's Baldridge. Shakina. Oh, it's typo. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yep. Thank you very much. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Boldridge?
Ms. Boldridge was denied for her undisclosed felony conviction. She was made provisional but not added to a roster and is here to appeal.
Board, any questions for Ms. Boldridge?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Ms. Boldridge, why did you fail to disclose your felony case?
I thought I did. I did send in my expunge paper that I from California.
Did you fill out the application on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you send your expunge paperwork in with your application?
No, I did email my the officer or the
investigator after?
Yes.
So they contacted you and said, we found this
Yes,
issue?
they said I was denied, and then I filled out the application, and then I sent in my paper. I have the paper with me.
Okay. But it wasn't on the initial application?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, correct. In the initial application, all 3 questions were answered no. It was after the denial that the paperwork was received.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, were there any further questions?
Board Member Cortez, again, for the record, Ms. Boldridge, on the application, as you may have heard prior to, one of the questions was if you've ever been convicted of any felony charge. Your answer was no. Is there a reason for that?
I don't believe I was convicted of a felony. It was like a misdemeanor.
So talk to me about the 1996 case, fraud to obtain aid.
Oh yes, when I was like young, and then I didn't know how to fill out the application, so I was for welfare fraud. But it was down to a misdemeanor. It wasn't a felony.
Investigator Cuevas, could you enlighten us as far as what the actual charge was and the severity of the charge?
Yes, Investigator Cuevas, for the record, on the fingerprint report, it does show the final charge was fraud to obtain aid. It's a felony conviction where she received 5 years probation.
So, again, Board Member Cortez, for the record, unfortunately, Ms. Boldridge, the charge was a felony. Whether it was reduced to a misdemeanor, the charge was actually a felony. Then you were granted the reduction in charge because you agreed to the charges and you were also sentenced to probation. That makes sense. Okay.
Board, are there any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal background and indicating that she was not charged of any felony on the application when in fact she was.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So the motion passes. You do have an opportunity to appeal. Get with the office and they will help you through the entire process, right? So they're really good about that support. So, okay. All right. Good luck to you. Thank you. Agenda item number 37, Darren Cox.
He's here in the north, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Cox?
Mr. Cox was denied for his disclosed felony conviction. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Cox?
This is Board Member Brown.
Okay.
Mr. Cox, what are you planning to do with your work card? Okay. Okay. Have you already contacted them about that? And
We can't hear him. Board Member Brown, we can't hear him. He needs to turn his
Okay.
microphone on.
Yeah, I was planning on being a security guard at Walmart. I contacted the security company about getting a job through them.
okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you. Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
We We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Congratulations, sir. The office will get in touch with you for the next steps, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 38, Adam Douglas Wilkins. Mr. Wilkins? Anyone up north? No?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll trail. Agenda item number 38. Agenda item number 39, Mikael Estropia. Okay. We'll trail 39. 40, Penny Walters. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Walters?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, Ms. Walters was denied for her undisclosed felony convictions. She was made provisional but not added to a company roster and wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, any questions for Ms. Walters?
Ms. Board Member Cortez, Ms. Walters, is there a reason why you failed to disclose your criminal history?
At that time, I was working for a company, which I was doing customer service, and someone suggested that I go over and do the security aspect of the company, and I applied, and there was a lot of things going on that day, and to be honest with you, it had been since 30 years or something like that. I can't remember the dates, but I don't know if I put on there any information. I'm not sure. I really can't recall.
Okay, so we have our background indicating that you failed to disclose any of them. And we've got
Anything? Okay.
4 cases, yeah, or 3
Yeah,
cases.
that's
my apologies.
understandable.
Okay, thank you.
Board, any further questions for Ms. Walters? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes to uphold. I am sorry, ma'am. You
Problem.
do have an opportunity to apply again. Work with these guys. They'll certainly help you get through the application
Thank you
process.
very much.
Yes,
Folks,
ma'am.
have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
We've gotten used to an order, and that's why we all pause.
I'm sorry. I'm going to call it a senior moment. Agenda item number 41, Mark Friedland. I'm messing
He's
up.
here in the north,
Friedland.
Madam Chair. Could you pronounce your last name for us, sir?
Oh, he turned it off. He turned the mic off.
Friedland.
Friedland. Okay, thank you, sir. Investigator Cuevas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Friedland?
Yes, the applicant was denied for his disclosed felony. He was not made provisional and wishes to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Friedland? Okay, hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir. The office will contact you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Agenda item number 42, Francine Dalton. Good afternoon. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Dalton?
Yes, Investigator Cuevas, for the record, Ms. Dalton was denied for her disclosed felony conviction. She was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Dalton?
Board Member Gronauer. Good afternoon, Ms. Stoltman. You're not on parole any longer?
No, sir, it was released in 1990.
Okay, I didn't know what the end date was. All right. Thank you.
Any further questions?
One follow-up question, please. What do you plan on doing with a work card, if you get one?
I'm going to become an armed security guard. I've had enough of the pharmacy department.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezick. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
It's Board Member Cortez seconding the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations. The office will contact you. Thank you. Agenda, sorry. Agenda item number 43, Terrence Fitz. Mr. Fitz?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just because there's been people walking in and out, I'm starting to kind of lose. Have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Investigators Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Fitz?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, Mr. Fitz was denied for his disclosed felony convictions. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Fitz? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Fitz his work card based on full disclosure of his criminal history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member
Gronauer,
second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes, sir. Congratulations. The office will be in contact with you. Okay.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Yeah. Thank you. Good luck. Agenda item number 44, Hugo Sakulin? Sakulin, sorry. Good afternoon. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Sakulin?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, the applicant was denied for his undisclosed weapon conviction. He was made provisional but not added to a company roster, and he wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Sakulin?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Mr. Sakilan, is there a reason why you failed to disclose your criminal history?
Ma'am, I didn't know I have that. Not to my regulations.
Do you recall being placed on probation for 2 years?
No, ma'am, I was never put on that.
You never reported to a probation officer?
No, ma'am,
Do you ever appear in court?
never.
Okay, so according to your background and your fingerprints, you did pick up a case in 1988 out of California in August for possession and or sell switchblade knife, and you were sentenced to 24 months of probation. You don't recall any of that?
No, ma'am, I swear I don't recall that. And sure enough, after that, I worked as a security officer for many years.
Okay, can I get your full name for the record, please?
Hugo Sergio Saquilan,
And can I get your date of birth?
12/30/1965.
Investigator Cuevas, is that information the same as the fingerprint report?
Yes, it does not have his middle name, but it's the same first name, last name, and date of birth. In the AKA section, so aliases are also known as, it does show his middle name, Sergio.
And Mr. Sakiyan, it is your testimony today that that information is incorrect,
To my recall, ma'am.
that you can recall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are denying that you were ever placed on probation?
I mean, that was 1988. I don't know. I don't remember. And I was fingerprinted many times for for background checks and everything, and for me to do security work in California.
Have you ever been arrested?
DUI, man.
And what
That's
year
what
was?
I know. That's what I know that I had, and I put it in the application.
Okay, so we don't have that DUI information. However, in the packet, it does indicate whether or not you've been arrested, and you did not list that either way. But my concern is that you don't recall whether or not you were, that you appeared in court and you were sentenced to 24 months of probation.
Exactly as many security work that I did for Industrial Motorola in Arizona, Princess Hotel, they do the background check. If I would have had something like that, they would have denied me work in there. And also USC Medical Center, I worked with safety police. They would have found that. And in 1992, when I was in charge of the Galaxy at Hollywood Boulevard on the riots, you see, I worked heavy security guard jobs, and they do background check and work with the police. They never came to me saying that I had on my record.
Can I ask, Investigator Cuevas, did you let him know that he was denied previous to this meeting?
Yes, so he was a no. Just on what he's saying, it is possible. Obviously, the state of Nevada does a federal background check. Anything from the age of 18 will show up on the fingerprint report that we conduct. A lot of other employers or agencies may not go as far back or deny for the specific charge or conviction.
So I guess my question is, he was told previous to the meeting what had come up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he do anything to find paperwork or follow up with you to get this resolved?
Just the appeal. As far as anything like to challenge his fingerprints, no.
Okay.
This is Board Member Brown for the record.
I also had, I also had the hazmat background.
Okay.
Because previous to this, for the last 20 years, I was a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
So I did do the background check on a hazmat, and it's a very heavy duty. I had to pay a lot. Mm-hmm. And I tried to go back. I'm in a situation that I had dialysis right now.
Mm-hmm.
So my kidneys are not working, so I cannot drive.
Okay.
I cannot be a sous chef anymore because I just
Okay.
So the company, I wanted to do security guard again, unarmed, just to be productive.
Okay.
Because without work, I'm in SSI right now.
Okay, understood. Board Member Brown? You're muted, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Brown, for the record, for Investigator Cuevas, does his fingerprint report list his social security number? Don't read it out if it does.
No, understood, but it does list his social security number. I cannot verify offhand because we do not include it in our reports, but it does list the social security number.
Okay, Mr. Sakian, would you feel comfortable stating the last four numbers of your social security number to see if it matches?
0863.
It does match.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, I'm
So, sir, yeah, Board, are there any further questions, Mr. Sakian?
at this point, I'm at the mercy of the board. I just wanted to work.
Yeah. Understood, sir. Okay, Board, hearing there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. Unfortunately, sir, I'm going to move that we uphold the denial based on failure to disclose. I have found through my work personally that some agencies contract with fingerprint companies do not go as far back as we do, And that may be why you have been able to work in other things. But in sight of that, I'm moving that we uphold the denial for failure to disclose.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, this has been our pattern. If someone doesn't disclose everything that we deny, you do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year, and you're someone that we would love to see come back. Work with the board, or the office. They will help you get through your application. Okay, so if you have any questions or concerns, work with them, and you do have an opportunity to appeal or to reapply in 1 year. Okay. Okay. I'd love to see you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 45, Felicia Reeves. Okay. Hello. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Reeves?
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, Ms. Reeves was denied for her undisclosed felony conviction. She was made provisional but not added to a company roster, and she wishes to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Reeves?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Ms. Reeves, is there a reason why you failed to disclose your criminal history?
No, man. I mean, I never knew I had no family. I did security, like, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hang on one second. Did you just say that you didn't know you had a felony?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I did.
So were you arrested?
Back when I was 20, I thought it was a misdemeanor because I did security before, like 2 different companies when I was in Ohio, and it never came back. So I thought it was just a misdemeanor that went away because I did like a lot of jobs that do felony backgrounds, and it never came up. So I never knew that I had a felony.
Okay, but are you admitting that you have been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a reason why you did not include that arrest in the application?
No, because it said felony, and I thought I thought it went away because I was like a kid when it happened. So I never came up. So
okay, I don't mean to interrupt you.
okay.
However, in the interest of time, did you fill out the application on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on page 5 of the application, and I'm going to show it to you so you see it in case you do it again. Nice big stop sign. And what it says is that on page 7, please list all arrests, citations, order to appear in court, and all felony, gross misdemeanor, and misdemeanor charges. So even if you thought that it was a misdemeanor, it needed to be listed.
I had thought that it got expunged off my record.
Okay, and careful with that as well, because as it goes on, it also says list all charges, even if they were expunged, dismissed, or denied. So you have to go very slow when you fill out the application.
yeah.
Make sure you
Okay,
read
ma'am.
all of the information. Unfortunately, that information was on that application. Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, board, are there any further questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Again, just like the previous applicant, you do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year and reapply. Work with the office. They'll help you, okay?
Okay,
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. Agenda item number 46, Damari Hunter. Okay. And again, sorry, there's a lot of movement going on in the audience, so I'm not sure, sir, have you been sworn in?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, all right, thank you. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Hunter?
It'll actually be Investigator Harris.
Sorry. I was on a roll. Investigator Harris.
Investigator Harris, for the record. The applicant was denied due to a disclosed felony conviction. The applicant was not made provisional and was not added to a company's roster. The applicant wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hunter?
This is Gronauer. Good afternoon, Mr. Hunter.
Good afternoon.
What do you plan on doing if you get a work card?
Just do security, unarmed security. That's it.
Are you working now?
No, I'm not working now.
Okay, thank you.
Board, any further questions? Here, there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Gronauer. Make a motion to grant the appeal for Mr. Hunter on time and distance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Your motion passes. Congratulations, sir. The office will contact you at the end of the week, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, agenda item number, actually, this is the 11:30 group that's supposed to be in. We're about an hour behind. But would the board like to take a quick 5-minute break? Stretch your legs?
10-minute break.
You're good?
We're good to go up here, Madam Chair.
No, she needs a break too.
Oh, okay, the court reporter, myself, and some others need give us 5 minutes. Thank you. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, everybody that's come in and is new will get sworn in again, or get sworn in, and we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
I gotta eat.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. Are we ready to go up north?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are.
Okay. Are we ready down south? Okay. Everybody that has not formally been in, and not been sworn in, could you please stand, so you can get sworn in by council?
To all those providing Stephanie Goodman for the record. To all those providing testimony today, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated now.
Just to clarify, do we have anybody up north?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We have two more applicants. I don't remember the numbers. Hang on, I have the numbers marked. They are 58 and, ma'am, I'm sorry, do you know what your number is? 48 and 58, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll continue down the agenda. And again, thank you guys for your patience. I know we are running a bit behind. Agenda item number 47, Lyndon Hopkins. Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Harris, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Hopkins?
The applicant was denied for a felony conviction and failure to disclose. The applicant was made provisional and not added to a company's roster. The applicant wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hopkins?
This is Board Member Cortez. For the record, Mr. Hopkins, is there a reason why you failed to disclose your criminal history?
Probably just forgot.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Brown or second. Okay, but whoever.
So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. Sir, do you have an opportunity to appeal? Or come back in 1 year and reapply? So you can work with the office for more, further information.
So I didn't pass?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Agenda item number 48, Jasmine Thompson. Ma'am, did you get sworn in earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Investigator Blackmore for the record. So Ms. Thompson was denied for a disclosed felony conviction. All arrests were disclosed. She was not made provisional or added to a roster. She wishes to appeal today.
Okay, thank you. Board, are there any questions for Ms. Thompson? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay. Can I go backwards just for one quick second and ask a question? Before, yeah. Unfortunately, I missed this. There's a 2025 misdemeanor. Is that closed out?
Yes.
One moment while I get the court document.
Yep, no problem.
Investigator Blackmore for the record. So yes, that case is closed. She did do jail time, only 12 days served.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown, Madam Chair, I'd like to go backwards just a second, if I may, and ask Ms. Thompson a question.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
That's
are you
fine, thank you.
currently on parole and probation for any of your charges?
No, completely.
You're completely done?
Mm.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to continue with your motion, Board Member Brown?
Board Member Bezick made that, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Board Member Bezick, are you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you for full disclosure. The office will contact you for next steps with your work card, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Agenda item number 49, Jaquin Jones Bostic. Okay, we'll trail. Agenda item number 50, Deshaun Mack. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Black? Mack, I'm sorry, Mack.
Yes, Investigator Blackmore for the record. So Mr. Mack was coming in to renew his work card. His work card was initially was going to expire last year. During the time of his application was when the shutdown did happen, so there was a delay in processing the application. However, he did provide to us documentation regarding him working for another state agency. He was basically asked to resign. I do have the full memo in front of you regarding those details as well. Investigator Blackmore for the record, for further clarification, his new application was denied since he didn't necessarily answer question, I believe 3 on the application for the registration questionnaire. When it did ask, have you ever been investigated or disciplined by another board in this state? He was working for a division of welfare at this time.
Okay, he was working for the Board of Welfare.
Correct, for the Division of Welfare and Social Services.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Mack?
Board Member Brown, for the record, I have a question for Investigator Blackmore. Do you have the specificity of charges form for his disciplinary review at Human Services?
Investigator Blackmore for the record, yes. So I had the specificity of charges. He was set forward to go before them in September. However, he decided to resign late August in lieu of that.
Okay, Investigator Blackmore, does it say what the charges were in the specificity of charges? The allegations were?
It did not, however, I did get clarification via email with the Chief Human Resources Officer for Division of Health and Human Services.
Can you tell us what those charges were or allegations were, please?
Yes, so this is under NAC 284.650, causes for disciplinary action. The first one is 1, activity which is incompatible with an employee's conditions of employment established by law or which violates a provision of NAC 284.653 or 284.738 to 284.771 inclusive. The second point was disgraceful personal conduct which impairs the performance of a job or causes discredit to the agency. The 6th point was insubordination or willful disobedience. 7, inexcusable neglect of duty. And then 18, misrepresentation of official capacity or authority.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, those are the various charges or allegations that can result in dismissal. I'm wondering what his specific charges were. When I worked internal affairs, we had to list what the action was that related to that NAC or policy stating the dismissal. So what would have caused that? What were the neglect of duties? If there was neglect of duties, what were the various allegations is what I'm looking for. Because Depending on what this is, this could be an integrity issue, and that would cause me concern.
Investigator Blackmore, for the record, when I was reaching out to them to get more clarification, those were the only violations that were brought to my attention. They were going to email me once a final determination was made if he went through with that pre-disciplinary review, but he didn't. He ended up resigning in lieu of.
Okay, Investigator Brown again for the record. Mr. Mack, can you tell me what the allegations were when you were working for them?
Yes, so the allegations were that, well, in a secret recording that I had misrepresented my duties as a family services representative. Not to get into the detail, well, I guess I could get into some further details about the investigation. It was determined that I had done nothing wrong, basically. I was not acting in an official capacity. I was not on state grounds. I was in my personal life, completely away from my duties as a welfare worker. I wasn't soliciting services or what have you or anything like that.
Okay, and if it was determined you didn't do anything wrong, why did you resign?
I did not feel comfortable staying with the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services because I felt as if there could be some retaliation with the higher-ups if I remained there. I spoke with a lawyer and everything. We were pretty confident that I would be able to maintain my position there. I just did not want to be in not an unsafe work environment, but a work environment that would not be conducive to work itself.
Okay, understood. And can you explain why you did not put in your application that you had been investigated by another board or state agency?
I'm sorry, was that question 3? Because I don't really remember.
Yeah, it was question 3, as Investigator Blackmore said, and it basically asks if you've ever been investigated by another board or state agency, and apparently you put no.
I did put no. I don't actually remember why I put no, to be honest.
Okay.
I may have just been filling it out quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
And this is Bezic. I
Mr.
move.
Gronauer.
Go ahead, Mr.
Sorry,
Gronauer.
Okay. Okay, this is Gronauer. My motion is to uphold the denial on the totality of, well, I'm not answering all the questions on the application.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year, work with the board. They'll certainly help you through the application process. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 51, Jabberley Heath. Is there I'm assuming Mr. Heath? Okay. We'll trail. Agenda item number 52, Daryl Laws. Mr. Laws? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Laws?
Yes, Mr. Laws was denied for his disclosed felony conviction. He was not made provisional and not added to a roster. He wishes to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Laws? Okay, hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
And this is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir. The office will contact you with next steps, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 53, Darlene Myers. Good afternoon, ma'am. Okay, Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Myers?
Yes, Ms. Myers was denied for a disclosed felony conviction. She was not made provisional or added to a roster. She wishes to appeal before the board today.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Myers?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Ms. Myers, what is the balance of restitution as of today?
It's going to be ongoing probably for the rest of my life. I pay them $100 a month. This happened like 30 years ago. So they said that the interest will never stop. And the only way for me to get this expenditure removed from the record is to hire an attorney and go through the whole process. And that's way more money than I can afford.
Is that the reason why you are still actively on probation? Is it for restitution only?
Yeah, it's a restitution, and it's not really probation. It's just
Okay.
forever.
Okay, and again, what, do you want to disclose the amount or?
I couldn't even tell you the amount. I think the last time I looked was probably 10 years ago, and I think it was close to $1 million or something like that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion. Actually, can I go back? Here it says arrest for a probation violation, and it sounds like she will be on probation to her point for a long time. Is it just because of restitution? Is that noted in the record? There's nothing else?
Investigator Blackmore, for the record, yes. So the probation violation did list that same offense. I did have communication variable with the applicant from the start of first submitting her application. She did inform me that it is a high amount and there was no court documents to be provided. Even tried searching the PACER for the federal cases and nothing showed up.
Okay. Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion. Okay.
This is Gronauer. Ms. Myers, are you working now?
I just moved here in July, and so I'm working for Best Crowd, so it's like ushering. And they're the ones that suggested that I try for the security, and that's when I went in and filled out the application for that, which they denied, and I was upfront about that.
So if you're granted a work card, what will you be doing?
I would do the security, unarmed security for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. Normally, I'd be real hesitant on this because of the ongoing restitution, but there's a side of me that says that if we can't get her a higher paying job, she might not ever catch up. So I am going to move that we grant the appeal and allow Darlene Myers to get her work card.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Cortez, I am also going to second that motion. We do not have a weapons charge, and it is a large amount of restitution. Having been a previous probation officer, probation will remain open until restitution comes to a complete zero balance. And it doesn't sound like that's going to happen anytime soon. I'm also in agreement that we do need to get Ms. Myers employed with a higher pay rate.
So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And for me, it's the full disclosure, the fact that you admitted to it. So we appreciate that. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
So somebody will let me know.
Yeah, they'll reach out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, the board will. Thank you. Looks like agenda item number 54 has been postponed. So we'll go on to 55, Gentry Towns. Hi, good afternoon. Were you sworn in, sir?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Gentry?
Yes, Mr. Towns was denied for his disclosed arrest history, including felony conviction. He was not made provisional or not added to a roster. He was just to appeal before the board.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Towns? Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Towns his his work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Congratulations. You will get your work card. The office will contact you at the end of the week, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 56, Alonte Malone. Hello? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Malone?
Investigator Blackmore for the record. So Mr. Malone was denied for his felony conviction. He was not made provisional or added to a roster. He wishes to appeal before the board today.
And my understanding is he did not disclose, right?
He only disclosed one felony arrest on his application. The rest were found on his federal background check report. Those were not disclosed.
Okay. Got it. Board, any questions for Mr. Malone?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Mr. Malone, is there a reason why you failed to disclose all of your criminal history?
I actually thought I did.
If you can speak up or come closer to the mic.
I actually thought I did. So I did go on to my Maryland case search. That's how I was able to find what she said, and I thought I put out all the case numbers down on there.
Okay. Are you aware that you have an active warrant?
I actually just got aware from you guys.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Board, are there any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose all of the criminal history in addition to having an active warrant for a 2017 case.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Our second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Unfortunately, you will not get your work card.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, work with that group there. They'll help you
fine.
get through all of it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have
Good
a
luck
nice
to you,
day.
sir. Agenda item number 57, Alexander Vetter. Okay.
Alexander Vetter.
Vetter?
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Vetter?
Yes, Mr. Vetter is here because he was denied for his disclosed weapon convictions. All arrests were disclosed. He was not made provisional or added to a roster. He wishes to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Vetter?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Mr. Vetter, could you give me the circumstances regarding your 2022 case, concealed weapon prohibited without a permit case?
Yes, ma'am. There was a charge, and I went through the courts for about 3.5 years because I didn't want to do the plea deal. Finally, I did a plea deal in August of 25. My probation was 12 months. It was over 4 months prior in October of 25. And now I'm completely, absolutely free of charges.
Okay, my original question was to give me the circumstances regarding the case. So what happened?
It was a little episode of the kind of like road rage type episode, but even though I was charged with that charge, it's not actually correct because I had CCW, okay, at the moment. I had both licenses, unarmed and armed licenses, and I was actively employed as a guard with Marksman Security Company as an armed guard. It was basically, my understanding is that this charge became as a result of my plea deal.
From which case? Because you have three cases, one of 2000, one out of 2017, and then one out of 2022.
22, ma'am.
So you're saying that it was the result of a different case?
No. The result of the April 16th of 2022, ma'am. 22. The year was 22.
I understand that, but you, unless I misheard you, it sounded like you said that was a result of a different case.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That was April 16th of 2022. And yes, ma'am.
Sorry, what kind of classes have you taken as far as corrective thinking? Because
Yes, ma'am.
all
I
of these
did,
charges are
yes,
all
ma'am.
weapons related.
Thank you for the question. I did the impulse control class, okay? And I paid all the fees to the courts. And I finished probation in 8 months out of 12 because I was I was a good client for, probation board, and they, I showed up on time. I did community service. I did my teachings. I also work as a tutor, ESL. I teach our wonderful new Americans English as second language because I'm an immigrant myself, and I still do it. I used to work for Clark County Library District as a ESL instructor, literacy trainer, but not any longer. I would like to get back into the security industry and get, start being employable and make wages to pay my bills.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Gronauer. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you employed at this moment?
No, sir. I need my security license. I'm planning to obtain first unarmed, and then since I was working as an armed guard for many years, since 2019, I'm a veteran from Eastern Europe. I served the airborne infantry, as a matter of fact, and I would like to obtain both armed and unarmed licenses. First, I'll start with unarmed license, of course, if I'm allowed to. And then I would eventually, because I have several companies that are interested in giving me a job. Allied Security, Allied Universal. I worked for Allied Universal as an armed guard. I worked for Marksman Security as an armed guard. I worked for SRT Special Services as an executive protection agent and surveillance specialist. And I worked for Metro One Loss Prevention Group here in Vegas. I was providing unarmed security for Kroger stores. In total, yes,
Currently,
sorry.
do you hold a CCW permit?
Yes, I used to have CCW. Yes, I'm applying to renew it.
Currently, do you?
I don't have it currently. I'm in the process of, I applied. By law, they have a Metro will wait. It will take them 120 days to process your application. I took a class back in December of 25, full class for renewal.
I have some concerns because your 3 arrests are all due with weapons, which makes me feel like you don't have the temperament to be even having a CCW. So I just have a problem with that. Unarmed card is one thing, but an armed card be something else I'd be very concerned about. I'm concerned with any card right now because of the idea of weapons. Apparently, you might be fascinated with weapons. I don't know.
Well, look, sir, I'm a very mature individual. I'm going to be 63 this August, okay? And I have no issues with weapons whatsoever. Right now, my wife and I, who is a first responder, she works at Summerlin Hospital here, we allowed to have weapons on us, open carry. We allowed to have weapons in the house for protection. And being an immigrant in this country, I really fully enjoy. I enjoy the privilege to own the guns, because in Eastern Europe, people are not. They're like slaves there. They're not allowed to have weapons.
Okay, I need to cut you off a second. Hold on. All
yes.
Right. I'm just telling you, in 5 years, and you say you're a mature adult. When 5 years ago, you were 58 years old. And 3 years ago, okay, and then you just seem to have this affinity for weapons, and and they're serious things. Assault with a deadly weapon, serious. Unlawful use of a weapon,
yes, sir.
Serious.
I agree with you, sir. It's a serious charge. Yes,
without a permit, serious.
Sir, it's a serious charge, but there was no use of a weapon. There was a road rage episode. Okay, that person went home for 3 hours. He was hiding his weapons. Then he called Metro and claimed that he was assaulted.
Okay, I'm good,
Okay?
thank you.
And I didn't take a plea deal for 3.5 years because there was no case.
So,
And
sir,
finally, I took a
Sir,
plea deal.
Sir,
Yes.
quick question I don't think we got an answer to, and if you could just give me a brief one. In 2022, what was the actual incident that happened?
It was a road rage episode
Okay.
where he was provoking me by doing the check breaking. Okay.
Mhm.
And also said, hey, look, if you pulled over, I will F you up, okay? Because I'm in a bad mood and I'm in a foul mood, this and that, okay? So I didn't fall for this, okay? And finally, we pulled over in a construction zone, and that's what happened, okay? And I was trying to protect myself doing stand your ground case.
So
Yes.
if I can ask,
Yes.
when you chose to pull over with this person that's already threatened you, he pulled his weapon and you pulled your weapon?
Well, I was only trying to protect my life.
Sir, I understand that. I just want to know the circumstances. You pulled your weapon, he pulled his weapon, you guys had a standoff, one of you left, and then he decided to call the law enforcement. Is that what I'm
Well,
understanding?
kind of, ma'am. It wasn't like I pulled my weapon. My weapon was in a holster, okay? I had CCW and I had both armed and unarmed licenses. I never pointed a gun at anybody,
Okay.
okay? I just was standing by my car and he was charging me with 2 metal pipes,
Okay.
okay? So unfortunately, I didn't know that I had to call the Metro because they told me, Alexander, why didn't you call us? Because you would have been a victim in this case because he was clearly charging you with 2 metal pipes. Well, I didn't know about that, okay? And it's, unfortunately, my ignorance, didn't pay well. But finally, I took the plea deal, okay? I was given 1 year probation, which was finished prior to the 12 months expiration, and did all the necessary things. Community service, I worked as a ESL instructor all this time.
Madam Chair, if I may. Okay. Mr. Beater, what are the circumstances regarding the assault case, the assault with the deadly weapon? Just a brief overview of what happened.
This is the case of this.
We were discussing the road rage in
That
2022.
was the road rage. I was charged first with 1 charge and then the added 2nd charge.
So is this what they call that stacking from 2017, and then he was finally took the plea deal in 2022?
No, ma'am.
So there was
2 different cases.
Yes, and that one was
hang on 1 second,
long
please.
time closed.
Hang on 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You're convoluting the entire story.
Yeah.
You have 3 cases. My question to you is in the 2017 case, an assault with a deadly weapon and destroy property of another. I just need a brief overview of
Yes.
what were those circumstances.
There was no weapons there. It was a metal broom in my car.
Okay, that's considered a weapon. What are the
Okay, but there
circumstances?
was no guns, no knives, no nothing like that. No, ma'am.
My concern is that you're downplaying a lot of the information, and it appears your testimony is that you got provoked in your road rage incident.
Mhm.
As a security individual, you will get provoked
Yes.
simply
Absolutely.
because of your position. My concern is what's your reaction going to be? It
Yes,
doesn't
yes,
appear.
ma'am.
Hang on 1 second, please.
Okay.
It does not appear that you have the best of judgment in how to control your temperament. 2 wrongs are never going to make a right. And it appears as if somebody's getting under your skin, you're going to be very quick to fly off the handle and get yourself in a bigger problem. You don't get probation not to exceed 12 months because you decided to do the right thing. You don't get arrested and get credit for time served because you downplayed a situation. So these are just my concerns. I don't need any further testimony. Thank you.
Can I ask counsel, if he was to get an unarmed card, is there a way to have it not get an armed card? I don't know if I'm saying that right, because our executive director, I'm sorry.
Executive Director Saladino for the record. So in our statutes, in our NACs, it states that we may issue an armed card, so we don't have to. On the actual work card itself, we can make it to where it will state ineligible for firearms.
Okay.
And that would preclude him from being able to work in an armed capacity for security purposes.
I don't know if that makes anybody feel better. I think my personal concern was, his consideration in going armed after he got his unarmed card. So if there's no further questions for Mr. Veeder, are there any further questions for Mr. Veeder? Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion. If we wanted to go that route, would we need to put that in the motion?
Executive Director Saladino, for the record, that would be directed towards council. But what I wanted to put on the record was, if we were to move forward with the registration card with the stipulation that it would be unarmed, the individual would be able to come back before the board to ask permission for the armed status at a later date. That's correct.
Okay.
Make a motion stating that clearly.
Okay.
So if it satisfies the board, if we have some more time and distance, maybe classes, whatever the case might be, that opportunity to then work armed, would be afforded to you at a later date.
Okay. Okay.
May I-
No, sir.
No?
Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to add something.
Yep.
Members of the board.
When we get done, I guess. I'm sorry, board, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial based on poor judgment and decision-making skills.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So unfortunately, at this time, the motion passes. We will not be granted your work card. You do have an opportunity to reappeal or reapply in a year, and work with the board or the office on what that reapplication looks like. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, very unfair, very unfair,
Thank you. Have a
very
good day.
discriminating. I don't agree with that at all. Maybe on your souls.
Now, I'd like to put it on the record that, his behavior is probably the reason why we made this decision. So, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. You have a great day.
I will. Thank you. Okay.
I love America.
Okay. Agenda item number 58, Elmo Montoya. What?
Mendoza. Elmo Mendoza.
That's not what I have.
Oh, on the application, Mendoza might have.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, Mr.
Investigator Blackmore, for the record, the last name is Montoya.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Montoya?
Yes, Investigator Blackmore, for the record. So Mr. Montoya was denied for his undisclosed weapon conviction. He was made provisional but not added to a company roster. He wishes to appeal today.
Okay. Oh. Just for the record, are we looking at the right application? Because on the application, it does say Mendoza, and I just want to make sure that that's accurate.
Investigator Blackmore, for the record, last name is Montoya.
No, it's Elmo Pete Montoya.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Montoya?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Montoya, why did you fail to disclose your arrests?
Well, I failed to disclose it because I didn't think that it would affect the job that I was hiring for. So, and it was been a long time, so I didn't know that, in the state of Nevada that you guys go that far back. And it wasn't that I was trying to hide anything. It was my past, and I am a reformed person. I'm no longer that type of person anymore. And if I'm granted, I like working with people, and I have worked for RTC. So when the lady was speaking about how to conduct yourself in situations, I've been there already. So I know how to do that professionally.
Okay, did you fill out your application yourself?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember seeing on page 5, I believe it is, it's got a red stop sign?
Yes, sir.
It tells you to follow directions, and it says, list all arrests, no matter time frame, state, disposition, anything like that, all arrests. Because unfortunately for you, we have very good investigators, and they find everything.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, I am. That's failure on my part, and that was basically poor judgment on my part as well. And this is a new learning experience for me, so I know next time that not to take something like that lightly. So,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Montoya? Okay, here there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezic. I move we uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
thank you.
Motion passes, sir. You have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, have a great day. Agenda item 59, Dewan Lynam? Dewan Lyon, okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good, thank you. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Lyon?
Yes, Mr. Lynham was denied for his undisclosed weapon conviction. He was not made provisional and not added to a roster, and he wishes to appeal before the board.
Board, any questions for Mr. Lyon?
Lynham.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Lynham.
This is Board Member Cortez. For the record, Mr. Lynham, why did you fail to disclose any of your criminal history?
Honestly, I had asked the lady behind the counter. I said, what if it's not on my record, it was dismissed, and my first weapons charge I ever had, I illegal carried it wrong. And then the second one was in a bad traffic stop. He wasn't supposed to even give us a traffic stop. He gave me a kill seal weapon for that. But I was released the next day.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm not asking you the circumstances of your cases.
Yes,
I want to
ma'am.
know how come you didn't list them on your application?
Well, she said if I didn't have any felonies or anything, so I didn't think I had to put it on the application.
When
but
you said she, who are you talking
the
about?
lady in the PBIO office, she helped me with that part because I came back in with it done after I did the test and everything.
Okay. Do you happen to remember their name?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, because that's not what would be told.
Yes, ma'am, I was
Because
misguided.
specifically
Sorry.
on the application, it states that you have to list all of your arrests, regardless of how the outcome is. And
Yes, ma'am.
unfortunately, you have some recent arrests. Regardless whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, nothing was listed.
Yes, ma'am.
Even if it was dismissed or denied, or the DA threw it all out, none of it was listed.
Yes,
So I was
ma'am.
kind of curious as to why you didn't.
Yeah, I was misguided on that part, so I was kind of confused. So then when she told me, I had came back in with all my court documents of my proof of how I've been arrested and was the case is dismissed or anything. So I had came up today to show that everything that I did was dropped or, I handled my business to do it, to be able to still pursue to get a guard card again. I've been working security since I was 18.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay. Here,
My apologies, Madam Chair. For Investigator Blackmore, do we have any information as to, once the individual was denied, any information regarding why he failed to disclose, or was information provided after the fact?
Investigator Blackmore for the record. So his application was formally denied December 10th of 2025. He came into the office January 15th of 2026 to discuss the denial. He did provide court documents at that time. He was advised that he can move forward and appeal, but since there was no disclosure, he was informed that he'd have to go through the board.
Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Lineham? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezick. I move we uphold the denial based on full disclosure, based on non-disclosure of criminal history and time and distance.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Unfortunately, you will not get your work card today. You have an opportunity to apply in one year.
Okay.
Okay, work with
So-
the office. They'll help you get through that application.
Quick question.
Yep.
So by me bringing in my papers didn't do anything? That didn't disclose it?
No, sir,
No?
because the application is very clear. It has a big red stop sign on it. It says stop and make sure, and it lists all the different things.
Okay.
So it's your responsibility to understand the application.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, at this time, you did not do that. So, okay,
You'll need that for your next application.
you will need that for your next
Keep that
application.
paperwork.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Agenda item number 60, Bobby Harris. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Investigator Blackmore, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Harris?
Yes, Mr. Harris was denied for his disclosed arrest history for moral turpitude. He was not, sorry. Mr. Harris was denied for his disclosed arrest history for moral turpitude. He was not made provisional or added to a roster. He wishes to appeal.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Harris?
Is Board Member Cortez question for Investigator Blackmore? Is Mr. Harris required to be on any registry?
Investigator Blackmore, for the record, no.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions?
This is Grunauer. On March of 2025, you were arrested for several charges. And one says dismissed and number 2 says convicted. Can you help me with this?
2025 or 20?
Investigator
I'm sorry,
Blackmore.
2005. I'm sorry.
Investigator Blackmore, for the record. So yes, so he disclosed both the arrests on his application when he was applying, and then he provided court documents as well.
Okay, what was he convicted of?
So he was convicted of the Disorderly Conduct Solicit Lewd Act. That's what he was convicted of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board, any further questions? Okay, here are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant the appeal based on full disclosure and time and distance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, Bezick seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, sir. The office will call you for next steps. You've been granted your work card, but they will contact you with the next steps, okay?
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 61, Eric Guevara. Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, there's just a lot of movement and hard to keep up with. I just want to make sure you've been sworn in, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr.
It is actually mine.
Oh.
Yes, Investigator Blackmore, for the record. So Mr. Guevara was denied for his undisclosed weapon conviction. He was not made provisional or added to a roster, and he wishes to appeal before the board today.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Guevara?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Mr. Guevara?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a reason why you failed to disclose any of your criminal history?
I think I read that wrong. I thought I was supposed to disclose the felony convictions only or whatnot, so I did not put that in there.
Okay, and what's the status of the 2025 DV carry concealed weapon charge?
It's open at the moment. I have to take a 52-week course on that, and I won't be closing anytime soon. That's what I was trying to explain.
So it's still an active case?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
This is Gronauer. Sir, where'd you get the information about felonies or misdemeanors?
I believe I read that wrong on the paper. That's why I did not put them down. I did read the convictions where you had to list your stuff, but I failed to understand that it was all of the charges that you've been dealing with or whatever, not only the convictions that not only the felony convictions that you
Okay, you just have to take your time and read it carefully and fill it out properly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
May I say something? Since the case is still open, I took like a mental assessment quiz and whatnot, trying to help my case out or whatnot. Oh, sorry. I have taken some mental health assessments to see if it would help. I submitted that to the court or whatever. That was it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Guevara? Okay, here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Gronauer. Motion is to uphold the denial for failed to disclose and also still an open case.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This board member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Well, I appreciate you doing the work and getting, those assessments and stuff. Until that's closed, it makes it hard for us to make a decision, okay? So you do have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year. Work with the office and they'll help you get through that application process, okay?
Thank you very much, board.
All right, thank you, sir. Are the rest of those yours, Blackmore? Because it says Dumas on here. I just want to.
No, he is my last for the 11:30 block.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we have some that we have trailed. I just want to go back and verify those, see if they're here. Okay. We have trailed agenda item number 35. Ashley Hooser? Is Hooser in the audience? Okay. Agenda item number 38, Adam Douglas. Mr. Douglas. Agenda item number 39, Mikel Estropa. Okay. Agenda item number 49, Joaquin Jones Bostic. Agenda item number 51, Jabberley Heath. Okay. And you have no one up north? Okay.
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
Those individuals were slotted to be here between 10:30 and 11:30. They are not present. It is currently 1:26. I will entertain a motion.
Board member Cortez motioning to uphold the denials on agenda item 35, 38, 39, 49, and 51 based on no call, no show.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Okay, this is a section for 12:30 section. Again, apologies for running late. Thank you for your patience. Is there anybody in the audience down south that has not been sworn in that intends to testify? Okay, if you could please stand. Is there anybody up north that needs to be sworn in either?
No, Madam Chair, there is not.
Okay. Okay.
Stephanie Aiken-Goodman for the record. For all those providing testimony today, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay. Agenda item number 62, Robert Telefua. Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
Very good.
Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Telefua?
Investigator Dumas for the record. The applicant disclosed the felony robbery on his application. He was not made provisional
That's it. Okay. Does anybody, board, do you have any questions for Mr. Teleafua? Okay. Here there are no questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is
Grunauer.
Bezic. I move we
Make a
grant.
motion.
Go, Mr. Grunauer.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, make a motion to grant the appeal. Mr. Robert. Olivia. Time and distance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, sir. You will move forward to get your work card. The office will contact you at the end of the week, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 63, Shamdu Clark. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Clark?
The applicant disclosed a felony on his arrest history, was denied, not made provisional, and wishes to appeal.
Thank you very much. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Clark? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Clark his work card based on full disclosure.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir. Good luck to you. The
Thank
office
you
will
to all.
contact you at the end of the week. Good luck. Agenda item number 64, JoJo Christmas. Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Christmas?
The applicant failed to disclose all arrests on his arrest history, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Christmas?
This Board Member Cortez, Mr. Christmas, why did you fail to disclose any of your criminal history?
I didn't know quite all the history of my criminal, so I didn't want to list anything, knowing I might have to come up here to figure out what was everything. So, and then when they told me deny me, I was able to attain all the information I think I was able to attain from the court system and all that. And then they told me just wait till the appeal date and speak your voice then.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Christmas? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial based on failure to disclose.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Fortunately, sir, you do have to disclose, even if you don't know the timeframes or just really kind of the, if you could just give us some information on there that you were arrested, that would have helped. But at this time, we're not going to be granting your work card. You do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year and reapply. Work with the office. They'll certainly help you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
You have
good
a
luck
good
to you,
day.
sir. Agenda item number 65 has postponed. Agenda item number 66, Jamario White. Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. White?
The applicant disclosed a felony arrest out of Louisiana, was not made provisional, and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. White?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. White, why did you fail to disclose your other convictions, 2023 and 2024?
I did. I told him I was arrested for possession of marijuana and cocaine.
That's the 2004 charge, sir.
Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, that he did disclose everything according to the application.
He did?
No?
Mine shows
Oh,
number
felony.
2
Okay,
and
I'm
number
sorry.
3.
My apologies.
A felony
my
domestic battery
apologies.
by strangulation in 23, and a domestic battery on a pregnant victim in 24. Why did you fail to disclose those?
Not- That's the wrong person. I wasn't convicted for that. I was released on that. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, sir, it does have you down as dismissed, but you did not disclose those arrests. Why did you not disclose those arrests?
I didn't know that, I couldn't remember the day and time that it happened.
Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Brown. Were there any other questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
And this is Bezick. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Unfortunately, sir, you do have to, disclose all arrests. You do have an opportunity to come back in 1 year. Thank you. Good luck to you. Okay, agenda item number 67, Amand Lunsford. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Lunsford?
The applicant was denied due to disclosure of a felony. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. Lunsford?
This board member Cortez, for the record, Mr. Lunsford, why did you fail to disclose all of your criminal history?
They put the application in, and then when they denied me, I went to PILB. They gave me a printout, and I put out all 15 that they asked me to put on there.
So someone else filled out the application for you?
Yes.
So they failed to put your criminal history. Just FYI on that.
Correct. Only thing I did was do the fingerprints. It was doing the Formula One. And they sent us through, and then when I got the denied papers, I went to the PILB office, and that's when I found out why I got denied.
Okay.
I never seen the stop sign. I didn't see the stop sign paper till I got
Right.
PILB.
Since you didn't fill it out. Okay, thank you.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Lunsford? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose all of the criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Unfortunately, your work card will not be granted. Sir, you're still responsible for your application, so I think, lesson learned on this one is to make sure that you do view your application before someone submits it for you. You do have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Okay. Agenda item number 68, and Andre Jackson. Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Jackson?
Investigator Diaz for the record. The applicant was denied for a felony conviction. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Jackson? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Jackson his work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, sir. You will get your work card. The office will contact you for further steps, okay?
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. Good luck to you.
All right.
Agenda item number 69, Horatio sorry, thank you. Good afternoon. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. McCraney?
The applicant was denied for the conviction of illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon and failure to disclose. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, any questions for Mr. McCraney?
Board Member Cortez, for the record, Mr. McCraney, why did you fail to disclose all of your criminal history?
I did not. I even gave you the case number, but I don't know what this felony stuff is. I got a gross misdemeanor. Well, when I got out, it was a gross misdemeanor, and I was in the back seat. It was two of the car that I was driving. The gun was in the car in the trunk.
Hang on, Mr.
Nothing to do
McCraney.
with me.
My question was, why did you fail to tell us about the
I
cases?
did.
Okay, so according to your case,
when I left court, it was dropped to stolen property. That's it. I don't know anything about this felony stuff. At all.
so I'm not talking about some felonies. I'm talking about two misdemeanors. 2012 case, it was a misdemeanor or DUI.
Oh.
And then there's a 2013 misdemeanor or DUI.
Oh, when I was 21 years
That's
old.
the one.
Oh, okay.
right.
No reason why. I don't remember that.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Board, any further questions for Mr. McCraney?
I don't know why does it say it's a felony? So I have a felony. When I left court, it was a okay.
No, sir, it's not listed as a felony, and it's not the felony that's the issue.
Okay,
It's the fact that you did not disclose. Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose all of criminal history.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Granower, second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Again, you have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year. Work with the office. They'll help you. They do have your criminal history currently, so they'll be able to help you. Okay?
All right.
Right,
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 70, Ty Deschanel Holt. Tajay Holt. Sorry about that. Quick question. Again, there's been a lot of movement in the audience. Have you been sworn in, ma'am?
Not that I know of.
You didn't stand up and raise your right hand? Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience that has not been sworn in? Okay.
Stephanie Goodman, for the record, can you please stand to anybody who's providing testimony today? Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Holt?
Investigator Diaz, for the record. The applicant was denied for the use of illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon and failure to disclose. The applicant was not previously denied. This was a renewal, and the applicant was not made provisional. There is also attached a memo for the board, and she is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Ms. Holt?
Ms. Board Member Cortez, Ms. Holt, why did you fail to disclose your history?
So it wasn't intentional. I just felt at the time that I didn't need to disclose because my case was dismissed.
Did you fill out the application yourself?
I did.
Did you
And then
read
I
that
also-
stop sign?
I looked at it and then I got a second chance to look at it with the employee that was working there at the time. I believe her name is Cassandra. And she basically said if there's nothing, which my intentions was it was nothing because it was dismissed. So that's why I didn't disclose anything.
Okay. The reason why I asked you if you did your application, you will see this on the actual application packet.
It wasn't that red. It was black and white. But
Okay, whether
I
it's
did it-
red,
yeah.
black, or white, the information still stands. That you need to list all arrests, citations, orders to appear in court, and all felony, gross misdemeanor, and misdemeanor charges, despite how long ago the incident occurred, whether or not it was dismissed, DA denial, any kind of arrest, or any kind of criminal history, law enforcement contact needed to be disclosed.
Any further questions for Ms. Holt?
Board Member Brown, Ms. Holt, I just want to confirm, based on a report that I'm reading here, you were working in security with a registered work card at the time of this incident in 2022. You were unarmed, but you drew a weapon and fired a round through a window at the place that you were guarding. Is that correct?
So I didn't partially. The reason why the weapon was out anyway, like I was working graveyard at the time, and with me knowing the exact time that the employees come in, someone had pulled into the driveway way earlier than this. So I didn't draw and point it at nobody. It was on my hip. I walked outside. When I learned that it was an employee, I put it back in my purse. As I was putting it in my purse in the lunchroom, that's when it went off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So that I'm understanding correctly, you do not have a CCW.
I do have a CCW now.
I'm sorry.
I do now have a CCW, yes.
Okay. And you also do not have an armed work card.
I do not.
All right. Board, any further questions? Okay. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
And this is Bezick. I move we uphold the denial based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. At this time, you will not be granted your work card. You do have an opportunity to appeal or to reapply in 1 year. If you have any questions, please contact the office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 71, David Diaz. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Diaz?
Yes, Investigator Diaz, for the record. The applicant was denied for the conviction of a felony. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Diaz, the applicant? Okay. Hearing there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Diaz his work card based on full disclosure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes, sir. You're granted your work card. The office will contact you for next steps. Okay.
Awesome, appreciate it.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
sir. Good luck. Agenda item number 72, Aaron Battery. Yeah. Is there Aaron Battery? Okay. Agenda item number 73, Jamise Dryron? Dre? Okay. Sorry about that. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Ms. Dryon?
The applicant was denied for the conviction of a felony and failure to disclose. They were not made provisional, and the applicant is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions?
This is Board Member Brown. Mr. Eaton, why did you fail to disclose the 2022 DUI?
I thought I wrote it down. I didn't know I didn't disclose it.
Okay. Are you also aware you have a warrant?
Yes, because I'm not able to pay the courts for the DUI that I completed. I completed everything that the DUI, basically, they gave me probation, completed everything, The only thing I wasn't able to do was pay them, the courts.
And you're still on probation because of that, right? You have to pay the fines?
You have to pay the court. That's it. I paid the probation fines.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board, any further questions? Okay. Here there are no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
As Board Member Brown, I move that we uphold the denial based on failure to disclose and the open warrant status.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion stands. Again, you have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year. Thank you. Agenda item number 74, Alfredo Gonzalez. Hello? Investigator, good afternoon. Good. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Gonzalez?
The applicant was denied for disclosed felony conviction. The applicant was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Gonzalez?
This board member Cortez, Mr. Gonzalez, are you still on probation?
No.
Are you in any kind of substance abuse program?
No.
When was the last time you completed one?
The last DUI that I got, they made me, well, each time I got a DUI, they made me complete programs.
Okay, what are your intentions? Should you be granted a work card? What are your intentions to do?
Just to get a job and, just maintain. I've been doing good lately, so, I mean, just maintain.
Do you have a company lined up?
No, not yet.
Board, any further questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown for the record. Mr. Gonzalez, have you completed your community service for last year's charge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I completed everything that I had to do.
Okay, thank you.
And can we, Investigator Diaz, is that confirmed that case is closed?
Investigator Diaz for the record. Yes, from my notes, this was fully closed and finished with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Bezick. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes, sir. You will get your work card. The office will contact you for next
Thank you
steps.
guys. Have a great day.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 75, Jan White.
Top of the afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hanging in with us. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. White?
The applicant was denied for conviction of a felony. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. White? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant Mr. White's appeal and allow him to get his work card based on full disclosure.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick
This board
seconds.
member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes, sir. You will get your work card. The office will contact you with next steps, okay?
Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. Agenda item number 76, Kevin Galgana?
That's right.
Oh. Investigator Diaz, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Galgana?
The applicant was denied for his disclosed felony conviction. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Galgana?
This is Board Member Cortez for the record. Mr. Galgana, can you give me a brief background on your 2019 stalking case?
I made a mistake, and since then
What were the circumstances?
it was at a resort. I was doing security at a place called Omni La Costa in San Diego. Yeah. I mean, the details of which
Circumstances, yes.
circumstances.
Or the
So
details.
I got accused of stalking with criminal threats.
Okay, that doesn't give me the details of the case. That tells me what your charge was, and I can read that.
The details of my case. She was a coworker, and I've just misinterpreted a few things. Is this the kind of details that I'm supposed to be elaborating on?
I just want to know what happened.
I thought that she was in a bad situation, and I tried to help her get out of it. And it all became a misunderstood effort.
Okay, so the victim was a coworker,
Yes,
is that correct? Okay, and you were a security guard at that time?
that's right.
Okay. Where is the victim now?
California,
And the restraining order is still in effect, is that correct?
that is correct.
When was the last time you had any contact with the victim?
I would say 2019 when it happened.
Okay, I'm not getting a clear history of what happened. I understand if you're embarrassed of it, but you're not really giving me enough satisfaction as to what exactly occurred, because you were a security guard at the time. This was a coworker, and now you're asking to be a security guard
Okay.
here.
All right, so I'll just be completely transparent. I thought that this girl was involved involuntarily with the prostitution ring that I had valid reasons to believe that she was a part of against her will. So I tried to contact her, saying that she could contact local law enforcement and go to FBI office down the street if that was really the case. And then it turned into being taken the wrong way, and I'm aware that making those kind of accusations against a big corporation would either put myself in danger or the victim in this case. So I've purposely framed myself as someone who is mentally unstable or obsessive, so that she wouldn't be so the spotlight wouldn't be on her. I was trying to suggest discreetly that she could contact the authorities if she was really part of this.
Okay, so I'm hearing that you were trying to help out a coworker. At what point did it become a stalking case? Like, did you continuously offer your advice and the individual stated no, that you kept going, pursuing the matter?
It was, she never said no. It was always from the resort. It was only when the resort said to stop contacting her, that was it. And I've never followed her. I've never called her or followed her vehicle or her residence. I've never physically stalked her in that regard.
So elaborate on how it became a criminal stalking case.
It was through the unwanted contact that was unclear from her side. It was always through a second person or party.
What type of employment have you been doing since then?
I've been at a DNA research center for the 2025 year in San Diego. So I was doing a lot of the access control for scientists doing DNA research.
So you were still working as a security officer?
That's correct.
Okay. And you still had your license through California since the case? Have you been working since 2019 as a security officer?
It wasn't until 2023 where I had my felony case dismissed. And afterwards, I was given my California version of the work card.
Okay.
And I've been working for about 2 years after the fact.
Okay. While you were waiting for your case, what type of work did you do?
I was self-employed with my dad. I was helping him with drawing blueprints for his engineering work.
Okay, thank you. Board, any further questions?
This is Board Member
Excuse me.
Brown. I'm sort of still not hearing a clear answer on this, the minimization. It seems to me that it would be pretty egregious for California to issue a 10-year restraining order based on what I'm hearing. So I've talked to Investigator Diaz online, and he said it was nearly impossible to get a clear answer out of him during the investigation. Thank you.
Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Galgana?
Excuse me, if I may have a moment.
Okay.
If I prepared an appeal packet for each of the board members today, just in case I would be denied. I feel as though waiting 1 year to reapply would be it would be too long for me. And if I am denied today, I would have to reappeal in judicial court. And I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to resort to that, which is why I put the packet together.
Unfortunately, during this type of session, we can't go back and forth with documentation and stuff like that. I think would take really too much time for us to be able to do. You're more than welcome to take any avenue that you feel necessary to appeal and go through the process. That's not something that we're ever going to deny you.
Right. One last statement is that the 10-year restraining order was connected to that felony case that ended up getting dismissed.
This is Board Member Brown.
That the criminal stalking or the criminal protection order for the 10 years restraining is connected to that felony case that ended up being dismissed.
Okay, so do you still have a 10-year restraining order on you?
That is correct.
Okay.
Because it's connected to the felony that.
But you still have the restraining order connected to you at this time?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board
are there
member-
any further questions for Mr. Galgana?
Yes, this is Board Member Brown. Mr. Galgana, earlier when you were talking to Board Member Cortez about going to court on this, I heard you say that you declared yourself a mentally unstable person. Is that correct?
That was something that I framed myself to be in order to protect the victim from speaking. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Brown, did you hear that? He said that he framed himself
Yes.
to be mentally unstable.
Yes.
Okay. Board, any further questions for Mr. Galgana? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial based on the continuing restraining order, lack of clear details about the case, and possibly mental unstableness.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Unfortunately, at this time, we will not be able to move forward with your work card. Just like I told everybody else, you do have an opportunity to reapply in 1 year. Thank you. Have a good day. Agenda item number 77, Byron Matthews. Mr. Matthews, are you here? Okay, Trail. So we are in the 1:30 agenda time period, so we've kind of caught up a little bit. I'll go ahead and, do we have the list of the trails?
We do 72 and 77.
Okay. At this time, the only trails that we have is 72, Aaron Battery, and that's spelled Badery, just in case. And then agenda item number 77, Mr. Matthews, Byron Matthews. Okay. They were slotted to, are scheduled to be before us at 12:30. It is now 2:05. I will entertain a motion for the trailed items.
This Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial on items 72 and 77 based on no call, no show.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Before we go to the next section, I just want to check on the condition of the board. Are we doing okay? Do we need a break? Stretch our legs? I'm sorry, you said 5 minutes? Okay. We're going to take a quick 5-minute quick break. Thank you. Absolutely. Okay, do we have everybody up north?
Yes, ma'am, we do. We are ready.
Okay. Everybody down south ready to go?
Just relative.
I was like, wait, that one?
Okay, we're going to go to the 1:30 timeframe. Again, we are a little bit late, so thank you for your patience. Is there anybody in the audience that has not been sworn in yet that will be testifying? Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Could you stand up? Okay.
Stephanie Aiken-Goodman, for the record, can you please raise your right hand if you're providing testimony today? Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, up north, we don't have any audience?
Correct, ma'am. Nobody in the audience.
No, okay. Okay, agenda item number 78, Holly Cortez. Good afternoon, ma'am. Investigator Cuevas, could you tell us why we're here? Ma'am, just, can you turn on your microphone in front of you? There you go.
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, Ms. Cortez was denied for her disclosed felony conviction. She was previously denied but did not appeal at that time. She was not made provisional and wishes to appeal today.
Okay, so the first time we did not disclose, the second time we did.
Investigator Cuevas, for the record, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Board, any question for Ms. Cortez? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This board member Cortez, for the record, no relation to the applicant, but I am making a motion to overturn the denial and grant Ms. Cortez her registration or her work card based on full disclosure this round.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Brown will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
They'll contact you for next steps.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 79, Michael Kellogg. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Investigator Blackmore, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Kellogg?
Yes, Investigator Blackmore for the record. So Mr. Kellogg was denied for his disclosed arrest history and felony conviction. He was previously denied back in 2022, and his appeal was upheld at the March 15th, 2023 board meeting. He was not made provisional and not added to a roster, and he wishes to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Kellogg?
Board Member Grunauer. Mr. Kellogg, good afternoon to you. Are you on probation or parole?
No. Haven't been in 26 years, 30
Okay, I
years.
wasn't too clear, so
Yeah, I'm not,
all right.
no.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions for Mr. Kellogg? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr.
And this is-
Grunauer.
This is Bezic. I move we grant the work card based on full disclosure of criminal history.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Grunauer, second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Congratulations. The office will contact you with the next steps, sir. Thank you. Good luck to you.
All right.
Agenda item number 80, Kyrell Davis. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Good. Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Davis?
Investigator Dumas, for the record, the applicant was denied due to failure to disclose all arrest history, including a CCW charge. He was not made provisional and would like to appeal.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit in the beginning. Did he disclose this time?
No, he did not disclose. I marked the failure to disclose option, and each charge he did not disclose either.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Davis?
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Cortez for the record. I just need clarification. Is this part of the second round of a denial, or is this his first time applying?
Because he's under this, I agree, he's under the second denial category, but did he apply before and get denied, or?
When all this happened?
Hang on one second.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies. My question should be directed to the investigator. Investigator Dumas.
I only have him as a first-time denial. His registration number does start with a 2025.
Okay, hang on, we're just checking right now. Okay.
Madam Chair, Executive Director Saldino for the record. Our records show that he did apply back in 2017, and that application was withdrawn.
Okay.
Okay.
So typically, if it's a second denial, they are not allowed to apply again until 5 years after. So is there a provision between the time frame that he applied the first and second time? Because there's a pretty big gap. I just want to make sure.
Right, and I would agree with you there, that being that we didn't have an outcome on that first application, he should have been, we can consider this the first time since that one wasn't adjudicated by the board, and we didn't have any action, meaning we didn't deny it, approve it, or anything. So we can consider this one the first one. So that way, if he was, depending on what the motion is of the board, we could consider it the first time applying, and that way we wouldn't fall under that 5 years.
Okay. Okay. Are there any further questions from the board?
This is Board Member Cortez. Mr. Davis, why did you fail to disclose your criminal history?
Excuse my voice. I was just rushing, honestly. I had to get to work. I just rushed through it. There was no specific reason.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Mr. Davis? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to uphold the denial based on failure to disclose criminal history.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Board Member Brown will second.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So unfortunately, sir, you will not get your work card this time. But the good thing is because this is considered your first one, because of the time distance, you are able to apply again in 1 year. You have all your history now, and so you can work with the office to make sure you fill out your application correctly this time. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir, and good luck to you. Agenda item number 81, Roy Robinson. Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Dumas, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Robinson?
The applicant was denied a second time due to the disclosed felony convictions. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Robinson? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Robinson his work card based on full disclosure this round.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. I'm
Aye.
so sorry.
Aye.
Motion passes. I'm so sorry, sir. Your work card has been approved. The board will contact you for next, or the office will contact you for next steps, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, agenda item number 82, Nathaniel Evans. Mr. Evans? Good, how are you, sir? Okay. Investigator Dumas, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Evans?
The applicant was previously denied and was denied again due to a felony on his, a felony arrest on his arrest history. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal. All arrests were disclosed the second time.
Well, let's have the board, let me ask if the board has any questions, okay? Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Evans? Okay.
Yeah. This is Gronauer. Good afternoon, Mr. Evans. You have a history here of domestic violence. Is this with the same person or
My fiance.
all three of them? The one with the temporary,
I'm sorry, can you just turn your mic on so that people can hear you?
Yes, sir.
with the TPOs and protective order?
Yes, sir.
Are you still with this person?
Absolutely not.
What kind of work do you do?
I am a project engineer for Carmel GC. We currently are working at the airport where I'm assigned. I'm there to do ADA improvements. Just so you know, we have to go through an FBI clearance. I've been cleared 3 times, and they've done a full background check on me. I am interested in getting my work card so I can be a bigger asset to my company and be a alternative body to security during the night shift.
Getting your work card, how would that make you a bigger asset?
I can provide myself as security during the night shift so they don't have to go through a third-party contract. But as of now, I'm a project engineer full-time.
What a work card allows you to do?
Yes.
What does it allow you to do?
I'm sorry?
You're unarmed.
Unarmed would allow me to be on site as a security officer.
I didn't get the first word. Say it again.
Having a work card will allow me to be an unarmed security officer on site.
Unarmed.
Correct.
I just have, I get some concerns with that many domestic violences in
What are you
a
concerned,
short
sir?
period of time. It's just,
If I may, I volunteer at Faith Lutheran Sunday, Wednesday nights for Bible study. My son goes there, full private school. I've been working for Karma for about 3 years now. I travel from Utah to Oregon to Maryland to California. I am a project engineer. I know my past is enlarged on paper, but it doesn't define who I am as a person, nor my character, nor my morals that I stand by. I am a father of 2. I recently just turned 29. I can proudly say everything that I have in Las Vegas, I've never had anywhere else, and I am looking to grow and not to deplete. I have wasted enough time on, I don't know if I may say this, but women. Women have been my biggest downfall, and I think I had the emotional preparation through my parents to deal with women in my adult life. And I can say that what you see on paper is not true, but my word doesn't really mean much. It's the first time you guys are meeting me, but women aren't the best people, nor are men. But we make who we are, and we pick our partner, and I just got to make better decisions. Which I have with my second
okay.
child's mother.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. So quick question. I just want to make sure that I understand it. You want to work for your company so that they don't have to subcontract or have a third-party provider for security. Can he do that?
That is my main interest.
Okay, so just hang on. I just want to make sure, when you get your license, you understand everything that you can do, because I'm not sure that you can do that, but I have to ask the question.
Executive Director Salino, for the record. So yes, the work card will not allow him to work for his company unless that company is licensed to provide security services.
Correct.
Right, so if your company wants you to do security functions and you're a W-2 employee for them, then they can do that. You don't need to leave this card. But the card does not allow you to work independent of a company. You have to work for a licensed company.
Understood.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure so we don't have to see
I
you again.
appreciate that.
Okay, all right, cool. Board, any further questions for Mr. Evans? Okay, no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
This is Gronauer. My motion is to grant the appeal for Mr. Evans. Time and distance.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This Board Member Cortez, I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion is granted. You will get your work card.
Thank you, council.
Yep. Good luck to you, and thank you for all that you've done. Okay. Agenda item number 83.
Tough one for me, though.
Michael Warren. Good afternoon, sir. Okay. Investigator Diaz, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Warren?
Investigator Diaz for the record. The applicant was denied for the conviction of a felony and failure to disclose. He was previously denied in April of 2024 for felonies. His appeal hearing was September 18th, 2024. The board did uphold the denial at that time as he was a no-call, no-show. He was not made provisional and is here to appeal today.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Warren?
This Board Member Cortez, question for Investigator Diaz is, did he disclose all of his arrests on this application? Like the second round?
Investigator Diaz for the record. From what my notes say here, he disclosed the felonies, but not the misdemeanor or the gross misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Warren, is there a reason why you didn't disclose the 2006 gross misdemeanor use or under the influence of controlled substance and or the 2012 battery on a spouse charge?
Oh, I just didn't remember it, but when I was asking people questions about how to do the application, they was like, if you got felonies, you should disclose them. But I haven't been in trouble in like 15, 16 some years, so I figured that's what they was going off for, like to put on the application. Have I been in trouble? And I read. I just didn't understand it, to tell you the truth. To be honest with y'all, I just didn't understand it. And then when I missed the first meeting, I had to go to California because it was a death in the family, and I left a week before it was time for me to come to the board meeting.
Okay, so
that was the problem with that right there.
Okay, so you did not come to the first. Was it the first one denied because of we trailed it, that type of thing?
Yeah, because I didn't show it.
No call. Okay. Okay. Board, any further questions? And what was the distance between the first denial?
Safety Director Saldana for the record. The last appeal hearing was of September 18th, 2024.
Okay. Board, are there any further questions for Mr. Warren?
This Board Member Cortez. Mr. Warren, did you happen to do any follow-up with the PILB office in regards to the first submitted application?
Yeah, investigator had called me, and we talked and discussed over some other charges I had on there. And he said he was going to put them in there and include them in there, but he never called me back, so I just wait till the meeting right now, so I don't know. Talking.
Yeah, so she's a court reporter. She's trying to, you have to slow down.
No, I said the investigator called me and disclosed some of the felony charges and some of my misdemeanors when I didn't put it on the first one. So we disclosed it and talked to him, so I guess he put them on the application or whatever.
Okay, so during the first time when you didn't get your card,
Mm-hmm.
did you ever follow up with the office to find out why not?
No, when I first signed up for it, they gave me a card and I was working at Lake Mead. And I was working for Allied.
When was this?
When I first signed up, got my signed up for the work card when I didn't disclose my stuff, they gave me a provisional.
Back in 2024?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's when I was
So,
working at Allied.
and then it got denied and you got it taken away from you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were supposed to come to the board meeting, but you had a family incident. You couldn't
Exactly.
come. did you ever follow up with the office to find out why or what you could do next?
Yeah, yeah. That's when I went back up there and paid another $100 or some, and that's when he told me to put all my felonies and all my stuff down.
All your felonies or all your
All my
arrests?
crime past, my past, my bad.
Okay, so the question then goes, because the problem is, if we deny you this time, you can't apply again for 5 years, right? And so that's why we're asking why you did not disclose all of the arrests that you had, especially since they told you to put all your information in.
I understand, because I just didn't remember half of it, and it's been so long since I've been in trouble.
Okay.
You know, I've been like clear of trouble, like trying to stay clear of trouble just so I could do this.
Okay.
And I just didn't remember some of it, so when he called me, he was telling me about it, that's when I started remembering, because he was looking in the computer. I can't look in the computer and check my records.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
So when he started telling me everything, I was like, yes, you know, I granted some of the stuff.
Okay. Board, any further questions? Okay, hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, this is Bezick. I move we deny the work card based on non-disclosure of criminal history.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Gronauer, second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
So unfortunately, we're not going to move forward. You know, you have to get with the board or with the office and ask the questions. I mean, they have your application. They'll help you fill it out this time to make sure you have all your information, or you say you remember now. But unfortunately, you will not be able to apply again for 5 years.
That's okay. We'll do.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you. Agenda item number 84, Lawrence Cook. Good, how are you? Okay. Agenda item, Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Cook?
The applicant's registered work card was revoked due to the actions that happened during this past F1 race out on Las Vegas and due to his ongoing weapons conviction out of North Las Vegas.
Okay. Board, are there any questions? Okay.
This board member Cortez, Mr. Cook, do you want to give us a brief synopsis of what happened?
Yeah, at F1 I was
Sir, can you turn your mic on?
Yeah, at F1 I was working security there, and I went on break, and I was trying to cross the street, but I guess they had it blocked off, and I was kind of in a rush on the phone, and I was walking across the street, but they had it blocked off, so the police officer stopped me and was like, you're not paying attention where you're going or anything. And I'm telling him, like, sorry, sir, I'm kind of in a rush. I didn't mean to walk. I didn't see it blocked off, you know, and it escalated until he was provoking me. He was provoking me and wanted, you know, so I told him, he was provoking me a lot, you know. So I told him that I'll beat his ass, you know, because he was provoking me, and I was trying to walk away, you know, and he was kind of grabbing me, so I got a lawsuit out on him and everything. So that's what happened. And then the North Las Vegas case, it's all dismissed and everything. That's really what happened.
Quick question.
Yeah.
As a security officer, you deny access, right?
Say it again?
As a security officer, your work as a security officer, you have to deny access, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if someone behaved towards you the way you did towards that officer, how would you feel?
It was F1, so it was about 600, 700 people.
I don't
still.
care if it's F100.
I'm trying to explain to you, ma'am.
It's the same concept. It's
600,
a job.
700 people still walking across the street. He just pointed me out, you know? And I just told him it wasn't that serious, and he said that I'm on his time now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He was provoking me. I even have video evidence for the situation, you know? And he asked for my driver license, and I had my credentials and everything around my neck, and I'm like, there's no reason to get the driver license because you already know I work here, and just looking for provoke the situation, not a bit for it, That's about it.
Okay. Board, any further questions?
This Board Member Brown, question for Supervisor Investigator Swarthout. In reading the report on this, just prior to where it says per the police report, it says during the review of Mr. Cook's scope and courts, it was found that Mr. Cook had been arrested for discharge a gun in or on a public thoroughfare in a public place. Can you tell me when that was?
That's the North Las Vegas.
I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to our investigator. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The offense was on 11/14/2024.
Okay, and do you have a dispo on that? I'm sorry.
I pulled the case yesterday. It doesn't show it as being dismissed. It lists disposed, and it still looks like he still owes $745 on the case.
Any further questions for Mr. Cook? Okay. So no further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
As Board Member Brown, I move that we uphold the denial based on his actions towards law enforcement, the open case that's still pending, and the recency of the discharging a firearm in public.
Okay. Just to make sure it's clear on the record, it's a revocation of his unarmed registered work card. So it's uphold the revocation. Yep.
This Board Member Brown, I'm sorry. I move that we uphold the revocation.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I couldn't hear.
Unfortunately, we're going to uphold that revocation. Yep. Thank you. Good luck to you. No.
Thank you.
Me too. Agenda item number 85, Joseph Sarton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Sarton?
The applicant was denied for a conviction of the illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon. The applicant's previous work card had been revoked due to the same incident for the denial of this time.
Board, are there any questions for Mr. Sarton?
This is Board Member Cortez's question is for the investigator on the October 2024 case disclosed, NA. Was it disclosed, or is that a typo?
It wasn't disclosed. It was a citation on his record. I did pull the case yesterday. The warrant still shows as active.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any? Is the warrant open for the, has an active warrant case or citation by animal control? Or is it for the?
Yes, it's for the animal case. So it's the failure to with laws and regs regarding spay and neuter of dogs, cats, ferrets, pet rabbits, or pigs.
Okay, but the convicted, the weapons charge, is that resolved?
Yes, he was convicted. He's already completed everything for that case.
Okay, that's closed out. Okay. And just to be clear, everything was disclosed or not all of it?
The weapons conviction was disclosed. The animal one was not disclosed. That was found when we searched his stuff. It doesn't even show up on his scope record. It shows up when we search the courts.
Okay.
This board member Cortez, Mr. Sharton, are you aware that that case has an active warrant?
No, I thought that case was resolved.
As of yesterday, the case is still open with the active warrant.
I had two animals. One died, and the other one I still have. And I had everything done to them that they told me to do. I just probably never ended up going back to court, but everything was done to the animal that needed to be done.
Okay. Just to let you know that there is an active warrant, so you might need to go back to court to figure out what's going on.
So, quick question. I'm a little bit confused. Is this his second denial or is this a revocation?
So we revoked his last card due to the actions that happened with the revocation report that's in there.
Okay.
And then when he reapplied because it's a weapons conviction, we denied him then.
Okay, and so you didn't. So he was denied because of the weapons issue, and then did he list the animal issue when he reapplied?
No, he did list the weapons conviction though.
Was he arrested for the animal issue?
No, it was a citation.
It was a citation. So yeah, that wouldn't have been disclosed. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Hearing there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we uphold the denial or revocation based on the fact that although it was a citation, it's a criminal citation, which is a misdemeanor, and there is still an active warrant in place.
Okay. So can I ask, Executive Director, if this would not be a 5-year? Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezic seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So, sir, since you still have the active warrant for the animal issue, at this time we're going to deny giving your guard card back or your work card back. You will have to reapply in 1 year, and then hopefully you'll have all of that off of your record and you won't have an active warrant anymore. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because I had dealt with the court already on this case, and I had no clue that they was have a warrant when I appeared with them.
Okay.
And
Unfortunately, that's that's not our responsibility to let you know that you have a warrant. Now that you do know, though, if you take care of it and come back, we will revisit reissuing that card.
You're
Okay?
talking about a year. I waited already over a year. I've been waiting almost 2 years.
When did we revoke the guard card? In 2024? Okay. Oh, it's 2026. Yeah. Unfortunately, sir, that's the way the board ruled.
Okay, and there's nothing else I can do.
Not at this point, sir.
When I had FBI background and had a concealed weapon permit.
I understand that, sir, but you also have an active warrant right now, so that has to be resolved before we can move forward, okay?
For the dog.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Agenda item number 86, Tommy Hill. Is Mr. Hill?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Investigator Swarthout, could you please tell us why we're here for Mr. Hill?
The applicant was denied due to a felony conviction and conviction of illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon. This is the applicant's second time before the board. The board previously upheld his denial at the 6/12/2024 board meeting for non-disclosure. This time he did disclose all arrests.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Hill? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Board Member Cortez motioning to overturn the denial and grant Mr. Hill his work card based on full disclosure this time around.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Gronauer second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Congratulations, sir.
did
Thank
a
you
good
for
job.
coming
Thank you.
back.
You did a good job coming back.
One question,
Oh, boy.
my gaming license, just do that count for this too? Cause y'all took my gaming license 3 days after y'all took my regular work.
We
So I
don't
gotta
take,
come back?
no, sir. We're two different entities.
Oh, it is?
So we did not take your gaming license.
Okay.
So you have to deal with the gaming board on that one.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
okay. Thank
Well,
you, thank
Good
you.
luck to you, sir. Okay. Agenda item number 87, Tanisha Mayberry. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That is postponed. Huh?
Anthony Ford, yep, sorry.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, agenda item 87 was postponed. Agenda item number 88, Anthony Ford.
I emailed it to you. But it was
Oh, it's the second
disclosure, weapons.
Madam Chair,
one. Okay. Yeah,
can we take a minute just to catch up? We have to go someplace else on our computers for a number 88.
yep, you bet.
Second time either. This is the first time. He was just
First
last
time.
time.
Madam Chair, this is Brown for the record. I think we're ready to go.
Okay. I'm sorry, I had too many things open. Investigator Swarthout, could you tell us why we're here for Mr. Ford?
The applicant was denied for his disclosed conviction of the illegal use or possession of a dangerous weapon.
Okay. And this is his first time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Board, are there any questions for Mr. Ford? Okay. Hearing there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we grant the appeal based on full disclosure.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Yep, the office will get in touch with you towards the end of the week, okay? Thank you, sir. Good luck. Okay. One quick second so I can get my wits about me. Okay, we're now at agenda item number 89. Oh, did we have before I go, did we have anything trailed in that last? I don't think so.
I don't think no, we don't have any.
Okay. We're at agenda item number 89, discussion for the removal or acceptance of the verification of employment for armed security, commonly known as a VEAS form, and this will be for possible action. I will note that this will be open to public comment after Executive Director gives his debrief to the board. But I will also note that I'm going to limit that to 5 minutes per person because I know that this could go on all day and I quite frankly need to jump on a plane. So if there's any questions about that, please feel free to ask council. Executive Director, could you please give us a debrief?
Executive Director Saladino, for the record. So at the last board meeting in December, it was brought to the attention that we should take a look at the verification of employment for armed status, the VAS process. So currently, individuals who possess an active license or registered work card can get the VEAS form from their employer, which is a licensed company, and then attend a 2-day initial firearms course provided by a certified firearms instructor. Once they have completed the training, the CFI enters the information to the database or provide the paperwork to the PILB investigator to review and issue out an armed work card or update the licensee's card. Everyone that is currently working in an armed status must requalify every 6 months. Those months are established when the individual takes their initial, So those months are established when they take their initial 2-day course. Qualifying agents are responsible to ensure that their employees are up to date with their qualifications and continue to work armed. A form or process like the VAS form was created on or around or before 1998. This was to ensure companies could control who was working armed, since the registered work card does not allow for individuals to work independent of licensed companies. The VAS form is also used as a checks and balances for licensed companies to send registered work card holders to their 6-month requalification. The board was asked to review and possibly remove the current VAS form and process to allow for registered work card holders to attend the 2-day firearm course without having a licensed sponsor or fill out the VAS form. By removing the VAS form, a registered work card holder would be able to attend the firearm course without having a licensed company complete the form. This would allow an individual to attend a firearm course and obtain an armed card without having an employer or an armed position within the company. Some of the discussions that were brought up between December and now was that many registered work card holders have stated that companies put certain requirements on them to obtain the VAS form for armed security. Licensees have stated that the VAS form is needed to control who works armed for their company, and it is used to ensure that the requalifications get done. During a 2019 workshop, there was discussions about allowing individual registered work card holders to invest in their careers. The thinking was that an individual could obtain a registered work card, attend a firearms course, and then find an employer to complete the work card, with a completed armed work card. We looked at some of the potential pros and cons of the removal of the VAS form. So individual work card holders can attend a firearm class without having an employer sponsor, thus investing in their career. Being able to requalify every 6 months without the company having to issue a VAS form will allow individuals to maintain their armed status. This would also create more individuals attending a firearm course, creating a larger number of individuals who can safely handle firearms. It would also mean more work for firearms instructors and revenue for the PILB. Some cons: registered work card holders reporting to work with firearms on unarmed contracts. Registered work card holders working outside the scope of their work cards. Examples would be executive protection, contracting as independent contractors. Qualifying agents would still be responsible for making sure that armed employees are current with their qualifications, and not having a VAS form could cause an issue. Individuals who are prohibited from having firearms may gain access to firearms classes. We also put together a couple alternatives. So in place of the VAS form, We've kind of designed a form that would require an individual work card or a registered work card holder to complete. And it simply states that they have an active registered work card or license, a section for self-sponsored or licensee-sponsored, and an acknowledgement section stating the following. One, I acknowledge that I must possess an active license or registered work card. I acknowledge that working armed must be authorized by my employer. I acknowledge that maintaining current and active qualification status is my responsibility. I acknowledge that I am not prohibited from possessing a firearm. I acknowledge that I must possess an armed work card to work armed. This form would need to be kept by the CFIs pursuant to NAC 648-355. It would also be a way for qualifying agents to send and make sure registered employees maintain their qualifications. And then I have just some examples of, you know, the way the VAS form currently works. And then the one for if we were just going to change it to a request for armed status with those individual acknowledgement section on there. The top portions and the bottom portions remain the same that they were on the verification, the VES form, but that would be the only difference is that a licensee would not have to sponsor this. So with that, I turn it back over to you, Board Chair.
Board, are there any questions of the Executive Director's debrief?
Mr. Board Member Brown, one quick question, Executive Director. I just want to make sure if the proposed form that you have that they, you know, certify or they state that they're able to do that, would that have to be presented to a firearms course or CFI to cover them so that they're instructing somebody that has the ability to be instructed, I guess?
Executive Director Saladino, for the record, yes, that is correct. Much like the way the VAS form currently works, is a qualifying agent would fill out this information. The employee or work card holder, you know, prints and signs that the information contained in here is correct. Then the last section is where the CFI fills in the caliber, the score, if there was an exam, and any miscellaneous notes. So that form gets turned into the certified firearms instructors now. What we're presenting is, you know, depending on the ruling, having a just different form that would allow for an individual to not have to have the qualifying agent sign off on it. They're attesting that they have a registered work card that is active. They're not prohibited from firearms. They understand they can't work unless it's authorized by the company. And that form would be maintained by the CFI for the 7 years pursuant to the NAC.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the board concerning the debrief or the forms? Okay.
Madam Chair.
At this time, I'll open it up to public comment. Again, reminding everyone that each person has 5 minutes, not based on content, but just time. So, is there anybody want to? I see people pointing at people, so who's first? Please come on up. Oh.
I apologize as well.
Yep.
First, that'd be great.
Yep. No worries.
Peter Nelson.
Just turn your mic on, sir.
Peter Nelson, on Watch's company. I'm also a qualified agent and also the owner and founder of the company.
I'm sorry, what company?
On Watch.
On Watch, okay.
Yeah. I'm a proponent of the VAS form just as the owner. Unfortunately, we've had lawsuits from our company and where I've been named as the defendant, as a qualified agent, as the owner. I want to be able to control who's working for me. Currently, I do like the VAS form. Art, who's going to speak here in a little bit, he's my range instructor. He does all our qualifications for us as well. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so sorry. When we bring people into work for us, if they don't have their guard card or if they don't have their armed guard card, we send them to Art to get the qualified portion done, which is great. That also is a checks and balances within our company, make sure who we have working for us is current, qualified, and competent to be carrying a firearm, because if someone has a firearm, that's a huge liability for me. Just in some of the lawsuits we've had recently, I have to write a $20,000 retainer just to have someone defend us in court. And that's not if something really terrible goes bad. So we want to have some kind of capability to control who's working for us. And the VAS form is probably the best thing. I'm a little frustrated sometimes as an owner because I send people to Art trains them, and then other companies get to take advantage of our quality control that we have as well. So I would like to have it so that if I do the training, if I do that, you work for me solely and you can't go work for another company, because I train you, I equip you, and then you go work for somebody else. That to me hurts my bottom line as well. So bottom line is I'm in favor of the VS remaining how it is. I think it works great. My only one other thing is I'd like to up the score a little bit. I think 270 would be the qualifying grade score. And also I'd like to be able not to have another company use the training that I provide. That's just where I stand. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Brown.
Yep.
The letter we received from Kinetic Force brought up one of those points that he just brought up. And it's something that I see in doing background investigations for fire departments and law enforcement, where somebody will come in to a smaller agency and get all of their training paid for, the academy paid for, and then they go to a higher paying agency that is only hiring lateral transfers with a post certificate or as a paramedic in the case of fire. And going to Mr. Nelson's point there, they provide quality training, and then somebody can turn around and go to a different company that's offering them better hours or more money, whatever it is, and it hurts these guys. And they're using it as a loophole to not have to pay for the class themselves and then get the training and then go someplace else that they wanted to go to, but they'd have to pay for the training themselves. And I agree with that point wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Board Chair Brown. My company does the same thing. We provide training. We provide an academy for folks, and we lose them too for the same reason. So I do understand that. I don't know. I think that would be separate from the VAS form if they wanted to put that on, if we wanted to agendize that though, right?
Executive Director Saldian for the record. So in regards to individuals leaving companies once they get armed status, I've heard it for years now while being with the board that people, qualifying agents, want to end up removing the VAS form from folks. But the thing about the VAS form is it's just stating that at this particular time, the individual has an active work card. You as the qualifying agent have an armed position that you need them to work or would like them to work, and then they go and get certified. What we got to remember is that registered work card is owned by the individual. It is theirs. They can work for multiple companies. They can work in an unarmed status, an armed status, as long as they're within their qualifications and everything. If companies do provide that training, that's solely on the company. Unfortunately, I don't think it would be in our best interest to prohibit individuals from working for other companies if there is opportunities for them to advance or just work with multiple companies.
If they did want to separate that out and make that suggestion or have that reviewed, then it would have to be separated out, right? Because we're just talking about the VES form now.
Correct. If we're looking to potentially restrict them from working for one company to another in regards to their firearms and stuff, yeah, we would have to probably get some changes into the NRS and some changes into the NAC to have that authority to do that.
Okay. Board Member Brown, does that help? I mean, I understand the point too, because I go through it all the time.
It does. I guess it's just some of the course of doing business, I guess. It's frustrating, but it happens, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to make public comment? Yes, sir. Please state your name and what company you work for, please. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished board members. My name is Art Javier. I am the Director of Training for OnWatch. I'm a CFI, as well as a certified firearms instructor in multiple states and an NRA law enforcement division instructor in multiple disciplines. I'm speaking on behalf of the idea to remove this VEAS form. And I'll try and be brief, but I would like to present an example in a non-related field to this to put it in perspective why it is doing away with this form doesn't present a good idea, but also creates huge future liability for not just us, but the Private Investigators Licensing Board, the investigators that have to enforce it, the state of Nevada, and CFIs in general. I think it's a bad idea for a number of reasons. Number one, the PPO is the person or entity that knows their guards well enough to make an informed decision who they think should be an armed guard, which is an important step in their career. And a couple of the things we consider. Number one, does the PPO even have a contract for an additional armed slot? Before we even tell somebody to invest money to take a class, because we don't want them to waste their money. If they take a class and we don't have the ability to hire them for an armed guard, it's a waste of their money, and we're concerned about that. Also, we want to examine the guard and his work history. Is he mature enough to handle the responsibility of being an armed guard? And is he reliable enough to warrant giving an armed position? We have numerous folks that we've had discussions with in the past where a guy has a job slotted for a large convention and another PPO hires him away during the convention and he doesn't even fill his slots. We also want to know, does that guy have a temper? Does he have good people skills and good de-escalation training, right? And lastly, I think, and most importantly to what Pete touched on, we want to examine if that guard presents a potential future liability for the PPO and the client. Because if he does, it's probably not a good idea for him to be an armed guard. He might be a great unarmed guard, but doesn't necessarily translate that he would make a good armed guard. So the other issue that I think you guys touch on just sitting at this appeals meeting is the potential for unlicensed work, which is already an issue before the board as we see. There are folks who have an unarmed position and they're working as an armed guard and get caught. There are guys who say I'm just doing consulting work, or I'm just doing executive protection work, or I'm just doing bodyguarding work, or I've heard this one too, I'm just hanging out with my rich friend and I have a CCW and an armed work card and he's paying me cash under the table, but I'm not really working. And all of these things would be exacerbated by doing away with this form, because there will be no check and balance to help keep that in check. The best example that I can provide for you guys is to just look at the nightclub industry. Let's say, for example, you open up a brand new nightclub across the street from the Wynn, where XS, one of the most successful nightclubs in the history of nightclubs, is there. And you say, well, I'm not making enough money. So what we should do is we should just do away with the 21-year-old and up drinking age. That will solve my problem. Not realizing that really your problem is a business and marketing problem. You've got to contract the best DJs to get people excited to go there. You have to hire a marketing team and have guys handing out VIP passes to all the pretty girls to get in for free. You got to have a social media marketing team to show all of the great things that go on in your nightclub so people want to go there. And you got to have the best VIP hosts in order to get those high rollers who are willing to pay $10,000 for a 38 bottle of vodka, right? So I think the correlation that the form is the issue or the prohibiting factor for people to make money isn't really looking at the situation in perspective. And by giving you the perspective of that nightclub industry, it kind of puts things in perspective of the pitfall that could happen should we do away with this form. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Executive Director Saldino for the record. I've had staff that's located at the office currently. They are available via Zoom if need be. We looked at a handful of our surrounding neighboring states that also regulate security and the firearm aspect of security. If the board wanted to, I have Naishima and Juliet prepared to go over some of the different states and what their requirements are, being the neighboring ones.
Okay. Yeah, could we have them join? And I don't think we need, a bunch of different ones, but just to give us some perspective quickly.
I think they're just getting kicked on. Good afternoon, ladies. If you could just state your name for the court reporter, and if you can keep it brief, that'd be great.
Okay, good evening, board members. This is Administrative Assistant Naishima Garrett for the record.
And this is Administrative Assistant Juliet Alvarez for the record.
Can you guys hear us?
We can.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay. We look frozen on our end. Okay, so I'll go first. So I conducted a comparison of Nevada's process for authorizing armed security officers with the procedures used in California, Utah, Oregon, and Washington to determine whether Nevada's regulatory process aligns with similar states in the region. What I found is that...
Naishima, can you just slow down a little bit?
Yes. Sorry. So do you want me to start over?
Yeah, go ahead and start over and just kind of speak slower and just more clearly if you can. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, look, it says something went wrong.
We can still hear you, ladies. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, absolutely. So I'll continue. I conducted a comparison of Nevada's process for authorizing armed officers with the procedures used in California, Utah, Oregon, and Washington to determine whether Nevada's regulatory process aligns with similar states in the region. What I found is that across all the states reviewed, the core steps such as firearms training, range qualification, and state approval are similar before an individual is allowed to carry a firearm while working in security. We're going to begin with California. Armed security officers are regulated by the California Bureau of Security and Investigative Services. Individuals must first obtain or apply for a security guard registration, commonly referred to as a guard card, before pursuing armed authorization. They must then complete a psychological firearms assessment, firearms training, and range qualification, and submit a firearms permit that allows the individual to carry a firearm while working as a security guard. Next, Utah. Armed security officers are regulated by the Utah Division of Professional Licensing. Applicants must apply for a security guard license, complete state-approved armed security training, including range qualification, and submit their training documentation and background check information to the state. After review, the state issues an armed security officer license to the individual. In Oregon, armed private security professionals are regulated by the Oregon Department of Public Safety Standards and Training. Individuals apply for the private security professional license and complete approved firearms training. The instructor submits documentation verifying the individual's firearm qualification, and the state reviews the training and background information before issuing armed certification. Lastly, we have Washington. Armed security officers are regulated by the Washington State Department of Licensing. Individuals here must apply for a security guard license and typically be employed by a licensed security company before firearm certification through the Criminal Justice Training Commission. After completing training and submitting the required documentation and background check, the state issues an armed endorsement to the individual security guard license. One of the primary differences identified during this comparison is Nevada's requirement for employer sponsorship before an officer may pursue armed certification. Unlike the other states, where the armed credential belongs solely to the individual license holder, here in Nevada, it requires authorization from the employer through the BEAS form before the individual can attend armed training. This creates an additional layer of oversight because both the employer and the board play a role in determining who is authorized to carry a firearm while performing security duties. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm back again. Thank you guys for your time and your service. I was here at the December meeting.
Could you please state your name?
Oh, my apologies. First name is Andrew, last name is Cowie, C-O-W-I-E. I was here at the December board meeting and brought this issue up and asked a specific question. As the qualified agent and or CFI, am I legally required to sign the VAS form? With that, I began some research and development. After speaking with Stephanie, the AG's office, Lieutenant Governor's office, and the LCB, this regulation was never adopted pursuant to the APA. Workshops were not held. Proposed regulations submitted to LCB were not submitted. Upon those submissions, there was never a dialogue back and forth. So I'd concluded with our own internal counsel that this is a regulation that does not exist. Now, acknowledging that the board pursuant to 648-030 has the authority to adopt regulations, those regulations are required to go through an APA process, such as notice of public comment. They go through the workshops. From those workshops, the investigators and those hosting those workshops bring that data back. The board makes a ruling or votes on that item. It goes to LCB, to which the current revisions regarding timing and training and things are currently at the LCB and having been decided. As far back as 1998, the director presented that this VAS form was never formally adopted. Now, that's the first point that I want to make. I have concluded, unless otherwise told, and after 90 days, no one's told me, am I legally required to sign this document if it was never formally and lawfully adopted? So I conclude there. You never lose by helping someone win. I have employees that are currently serving with the Nevada Department of Corrections. They're now in Metro. Some of them are Marines. Some of them now work for the city. I offered less lethal training that the director knows 100% free of charge. Handcuffing, baton, OC, less lethal training. The firearms training, I attest firmly and confident. I have the best firearms training class, and I go over the timeline requirements, which I'm working with the director to revise. I provide the best humanly possible training possible, knowing that that employee might leave. And for everybody behind me, if you're investing in your employees, that's the cost of doing business. If we have unlicensed activity, wouldn't that be reduced when they're required to go to a training class that teaches them this is what a private patrol operator is? This is what a security officer is. With no minimum training standard requirement, it's no wonder we have unlicensed activity because they don't know any better. They just get their work hard and they go work security. But with this course, the majority of people that participate within the armed program, majority of my students, it costs $1,500 to $2,000 just to get the equipment. So they go and continue working unarmed. But the difference is they now have education, they have training, and they have experience. And with that education, training, experience, it separates them from their coworkers and gives them the opportunity. The reason why they're leaving other companies is because they have a better opportunity. I'm an employer that has paid my employees rent before. I've paid their utilities. When I look at other business owners that say it's about the money, we are not the same. I want the best for my employees, and I never want to expect that they will work for my company as like they own it when I know that they don't. It is the cost of doing business to invest in our employees. And I take back what I learned in the Marine Corps. You lead by example and take care of your people. even if that means sacrificing yourself or the investment of time. I want the opportunity for every work card holder to invest in themselves, to be able to have the opportunity where every one of my students that comes through my class has said, I've been trying to do this for years, and I just never had the chance. And if they're leaving, the question is, why are they leaving? Is it a better quality of life? And why would we deny them that? We never lose by helping someone win. So the 2 points that I want to leave the board with. One, I have concluded, unless otherwise advised, that this was never formally adopted. And I respectfully request that we thoroughly investigate that. Number two, the decision that you make here today will give the opportunity to the 14,000 or however many thousand registered work card holders there are right now to not be dependent upon a subjective standard that so many security companies are currently applying to their employees. And Director Saladino said previously, they get the training and then they leave. Well, they were treated like crap at one point. They were made to jump through hoops to get this opportunity. And then they find out RTC's paying 25. Let's not take it out on those that are trying to make a livable wage. We know it's not getting any cheaper, but some of these guys are stuck at 13 bucks an hour unarmed. And they're told, work for me for 6 months and I'll give it to you. And then they don't. That, what I've stated, is proof by the companies that are not giving the VAS form and subjectively picking and choosing and not providing equal opportunity. I want every work card holder to have the chance. And if they want to leave, let them leave. Let them do better. This is a roadblock. Let them invest in themselves. Give them the opportunity to make a livable wage, provide for their families. I saw every one of these board members here. The people that sat in this chair, you're not out to get them. You want to help put them to work. This holds work card holders back, and it stops them from advancing in their career. And it puts them in a subjective category where you. And the ideology that I can pick, I've had over 500 employees. There's a disconnect there.
Sir, just to remind you, everybody's capped at 5 minutes. You're now at 6:16.
You're right.
So thank you.
I thank the board for its time. I really appreciate it. One, I didn't see that this was enacted properly. And two, I want every work card holder to have the same opportunity to advance and let it be their responsibility. Thank you.
You know, I'll leave it. Is there any more public? I think the gentleman behind you was first.
I should be sitting here all day.
Yeah. Oh, okay. A lot of movement in the.
My name is Fred Hutchison. I'm with Greenlight. Oh, shit. My name is Fred Hutchison. I'm with Greenlight Security, Inc. I'm the Q&A. Let me just read this real quick. I agree with the new form approach that the executive director came up with, as it aligns with how other states handle the process. Requiring an employee to only work for the company that provides their training is not practical. You cannot reasonably restrict an employee from working for other companies unless you are providing them with full-time consistent work. Many smaller companies in the industry operate with contracts that are sometimes daily, weekly, or occasional assignments rather than full-time schedules. That would hurt the smaller companies that are working like that because we can't provide full-time work. Hence, we need to have them to have their work cards to be able to work. If we're not able to provide them with full-time work, then they're going to leave to go to another company that does. Now, my company suffers from the small contracts that we pick up because sometimes they fill voids when we don't have the full-time contracts. Limiting employees in this way would create unnecessary challenges across the, once again. Okay, sorry. Limiting employees in this way would create unnecessary challenges across the industry and reduce the available workforce. If an employee leaves after receiving training from a company, that is simply part of the cost of doing business, as I agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier. It does affect us. It also stops us with the use of the VEST form. Now I have to take the time every 6 months. I'm signing that form and if I have delayed because I have other business or anything like that, the employee suffers because I can't get to their form fast enough to get them signed to go on. That causes a delay in the process. So I think not having the way we have the form there helps speed up the process for the employee so that they can continue to work other jobs and also for me as they move along. It's my job as a Q&A to make sure that they do have an active armed card. And that's where I come in, checking my roster, checking with PLIB to make sure the armed card is up to speed. And that's where I come in on that part of it. But for them, it's the employee's responsibility, as we can see in other states, to get the training, have their card up to date on their own. It's like any other card that's issued out there. If they get an unarmed card, it's no different than an armed card. They have to go out and do that. They spend the money on that because they have the desire to work. Same thing with the unarmed card. If you want to step up now, then you spend the money and you become an armed guard. I don't think it's going to change anything in the industry with EP or anything else the other gentleman said earlier, because it's the same process. Either you're going to go out there with an unarmed card and work, unarmed or armed, and say you're an EP agent, or you're going to go out there with an armed card and do the same thing. That's where the PLIB investigators come in and do a damn good job at following up and going after those gentlemen that do that, or women that do that in the industry. And that's what I don't want to happen. But I can't control that by not having if we have to have the vest form, losing it isn't going to change any of how that works. So I believe with the new process that the executives come up with, and I believe it's fair to the employees that we allow them just to go and get it on their own and not have to go through a whole process.
Thank you, sir. Sir. Good afternoon. If you could state your name for the record. Mm-hmm.
Good morning. My name is Tom Nicolosi. I'm the PPO for Universal Security Management Company. Good morning, board, everybody. Good morning, ladies. A couple of things were said here today. We went back and forth, and a lot of what I agree on both sides of the aisle. What Mr. Cowie said, I've had the pleasure of actually taking some training from him. He's phenomenal at what he does. Absolutely phenomenal. I have witnessed him firsthand remove people from the range, doing his job as he should. I myself am also a CFI. Like Mr. Javier back there, I am a licensed law enforcement certified officer in multiple disciplines, as well as certified firearms instructor in multiple different states. That being said, I do it because of the passion. I became recently a PPO here in Nevada. In fact, this morning I was number 13 on the agenda, just changing a name. That being said, a lot of what's going on here is the fault of the companies themselves within the PPOs. If you pay people $13 an hour, they're going to hightail it. They're going to leave. If you come in and you bid for a contract for $20,000 that's worth $100,000, shame on you. You can't pay your employees what they're worth. What we're missing here is that the officers themselves, whether they go out with the permission of a PPO or by themselves, are buying within themselves their own responsibilities and liabilities just carrying a firearm in and of itself. So do I agree with Mr. Javier's boss about the liability purpose? Absolutely. Do I know that lawsuits are going to come? Absolutely. It's the nature of the beast. What has happened here that is positive, because we're looking all at the negativity on both sides. Look at what's positive. Andrew Cowie brought something out that hasn't been regulated or brought into existence till this point. So do it. Vote upon it and put it into existence. Do I agree with getting rid of the VES form altogether? I've heard arguments on both sides that I can agree with and both sides that I can disagree with. I agree wholeheartedly with what he's saying as a Marine and as a person. Don't hold somebody back from bettering themselves. But at the same token, as a PPO, I also have to know that I'm going to absorb that liability for the actions or inactions of another. The problem that I contend with is I'm dealing with companies much larger than mine. So therefore, my slogan is, I have no desire to be the biggest in the industry, but I will be determined to be the best. So I keep it feasible, manageable. And if I see a problem, I get rid of the problem. It's that simple. I terminate them. So I think a lot of the responsibility falls on us as QAs, PPOs. But then I would just say to the board, my suggestion is, now that a problem has come to the forefront, look at it, observe it, and put it into existence, one way or the other. Think about the arguments that came from both sides of the aisle. Both of them make sense. Both of them do make sense, for and against. What I would like to see, I agree wholeheartedly with the OnWatch owner, I would like to see the scores have to come up because I think it's way too low. I wholeheartedly think that. And I have failed hundreds since my time here in Nevada as a CFI, hundreds upon hundreds of people I have failed at the range for their inability to pass a qualifying score of 225. So my suggestion is stiffen up the requirements. If you have those requirements for us as PPOs and as QAs, stiffen them up on these people. What I am tired of seeing is people coming in from other states, working under false premise, false guys, and doing it illegally and taking food off of the plates of my children and for my colleagues here in Nevada. That's all I came to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. For the purposes of clarification, because I just like things to be really, really clean, Executive Director, it seems as though, and I'm not sure if I'm correct, but it seems as though the public comment talked about 2 or 3 different things and just lumped them into this BES form. Am I hearing that correctly, or did I hear that correctly? So from what I understand from public comment, we talked about, pricing for contracts. We talked about, training requirements, and we spoke about liability, and we kind of skimmed over the form, or the requirement for the form.
Okay. Executive Director, for the
from
record.
the public comment
Okay.
portion of it.
I think I'm tracking. Yes, part of,
And employees jumping for different contracts.
right. And again, I don't think that is what we need to focus on
Right.
Today. That's been happening for years.
Right.
In the state. That's something that will continue to happen, just like Board Member Brown's comment about the smaller agencies to get their post certificates
Right.
and go to a lateral. That's been happening, since, my time in law enforcement back in 2001.
What I was trying to clarify is the only thing that we're talking about or voting upon right now is a VES form. All the other stuff is ancillary stuff to frustrations with the industry.
Right. And,
Okay.
And to speak to those, we will be having workshops to change part of the NAC that deals with firearms.
Okay.
There's been a big push in the state for reform, both for the concealed weapon permit section and also with our current arm status, especially now with us moving forward with the rifle and shotgun to add that to the firearms. So there is going to be reform that is happening. What we're looking on today and focusing on today is whether or not we're going to approve the verification for employment for armed security as it is and how it has been for years, or are we looking to change it to allow for individuals to, take this training without having a company sponsor?
Okay. So can I ask, were all the board members afforded an opportunity to look at the alternate?
They were not.
form?
I did not forward those over.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, what we could do is we have the facts now. We can move forward in June where we can fix this form a little bit more because it was kind of, thrown together. Just as an example of what we could do. We could tentatively enact it, or keep the VAS form as is, and then in June have the finalized form. And also we would have some more data as to individuals that are taking classes to see if there's more of a push for folks that want to do it without having a sponsor.
Okay. So are there any questions from the board about the public comment or the forms or I guess what a possible motion could be? Because there's a lot jumbled in there, and it doesn't seem really clean to me, and that's why I just want to make sure everybody, are there any questions or concerns?
Yes, Madam Chair, from Board Member Brown. Based on public comment regarding the VEAS form and whether or not we can actually require somebody to use it, I think maybe legal should advise us on that, or should we penalize somebody and cite them for not filling it out if it actually hasn't gone through the proper process?
I would defer to the executive director.
So Executive Director Saldana, for the record. So in my research for figuring out with this VAS form where the accountability comes from, the NRS 648-030 allows us to create processes and have policies to carry out the provisions of the chapter. In NAC 648-350, it talks about the firearm certifications paperwork, and it says by forms provided by the board. So hence, this is where that comes from. The VES form is a form provided by the board to the qualifying agents to now get the armed security. We don't have a section where we will hold somebody in violation of. What we look at is we make sure it's complete, that they have an active work card. We make sure that by them, the individual signing it, not the qualifying agent, but the individual signing it, attest to that since the issuance of their work card, they have not been convicted of anything that would now prohibit them from firearms. We have actually utilized that form more so against the individuals that fill them out fraudulently when they end up having, within those 5 years of their work card, have a criminal history that now makes them precluded from firearms. That they've attested on this form, again, provided by the board, that we hold them accountable for. In an audit situation, qualifying agents and CFIs are supposed to retain these forms for 7 years. They have been called into question numerous times from law enforcement agencies when there's an incident with a shooting, whether it be an incident in California with a mass shooting. The FBI and Las Vegas Metro wanted those documents to see, were they certified, the whole nine. The individual, the shooting during COVID, all these forms were called into question again, that, were they properly, was their cards active, were they within their qualifications and stuff like that. So I do believe we are able to utilize this form as is, the way it is now, based on NRS 303 and NAC 648-350, because it's forms provided by the board to get them their armed status.
Thank you.
So and keep me on the rails here. I think right now, where we kind of are at, and board, you haven't had an opportunity to see the form that executive director has sent over or handed to me, that it could be an option, still some accountability, but it's not employer signed. And so I feel as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you guys should have an opportunity to see that form to determine whether or not you feel comfortable with that before we make a final vote. Am I able to ask, is that the case? Would you guys like to see all of this information before we move forward in a decision?
This is Board Member Brown. Are we actually, regardless of those forms, are we actually voting today, or are we just a discussion for possible future action? The way that
Either way, it could be tabled, to another meeting. This was just to see, the discussion was, whether or not we had an appetite for possibly moving away from the current process. To be honest, and counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, this wouldn't even have to really be voted on if we change the process, because it's an internal process.
Yes, that's correct, but give it, Stephanie Goodman, yes, that is correct. However, I think that tabling it at this point would just be in the best interest of the form itself, and so everybody could review it, all the board members, that is.
Yeah. Because my understanding from discussions was that it was, open for discussion and a possible action. So if that's not the case, I would prefer, just as the chair, to table it and allow you guys the opportunity to see all the information and make an informed decision, or whether or not we move forward, to take a vote next time. So, okay. All right. So do we need to make a motion on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, with that considered, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Board Member
Or,
Brown.
is it table or, what would the motion be? Postpone?
I was going
Right.
to kind of wing
We're
it.
gonna, you could even say the agenda item, so you can list, we're gonna table agenda item number 2, the next meeting.
Okay.
That's how I'd go about it.
This is Board Member Brown. I move that we table this discussion item so that board members can review forms and make an informed decision, and table it until the next board meeting. Good enough?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Bezick seconds.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
This is Board Member Brown again, just for question that it's not going to affect that, but I just want to understand, we don't necessarily need to vote on this and put it on the agenda. If we read this, can we give our opinion or our stance on it to the executive director, who can then apply the forms? If we got 3-2 and on one form and we apply that form? Or do we have to have it in front of the public and vote on it?
Okay, Stephanie Aiken-Goodman, for the record, no, the board does not need to have a vote as to internal processes.
Okay. So, I guess we'll get the forms out then, and then
Yep.
shoot you information, I guess?
Executive Director Saldana, for the record, I guess I kind of can see this going through is we can provide the updated form or a different, the different form from the current one, and send that out to the board members. I could get feedback from you guys and then, see where we're at, where that falls. And then we can have this again on the agenda in June to see, is the process changing? Are we updating it? And do it that way.
So I guess part of my problem with this other form or changing the process and because I'm so familiar with it because I sign off on these, the one form that we do now, the current BEAS, that's company sponsored. The alternative form would be individual sponsored. So the company would no longer have any oversight of, who's getting an armed card or going through classes. So just, when you look at this, make sure that there's that distinction, that one is self employee.
To just an individual holding an active registered work card.
Right.
Whereas the current form is filled out mostly by the qualifying agent saying that they have an armed position for that individual.
I need to make a correction.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Stephanie Aiken-Goodman. So I need to make a correction as to my last statement. Yes, there needs to be a vote as to internal process changes. So yes, that is the case.
Okay.
My apologies.
We can move forward in June with it.
Yeah, so then that would mean we'd move forward in June, but we would get the packet showing us the forms and have review of it before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is Board Member Brown
Is
again
that
for the
clear as
record.
mud?
This is Board Member Brown again for the record. I understand all of that. Because of open meeting law rules, we would not be able to, those of us that are not in the type of companies that use this, we would not be able to talk to Chair Nixon or Board Member Gronauer about how they felt being QAs that are in this position. Are we able to have offline discussions like that, or does it have to be open meeting?
Stephanie Aiken Goodman, for the record, if there's any type of deliberation leading to action, then no, that needs to be done in an open forum.
Okay, but I could ask for opinions.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we all know about opinions. Everybody's got one, and they're just like rear ends. They stink.
Love it.
I'm
She's
just, I'm
smiling, I
not,
don't-
other than reading the forms,
She is smiling, though.
other than reading the forms, I don't have to put this into play in my business like Chair Nixon and Board Member Gronauer do. So I would consider them subject matter experts that I would seek opinions from. And I'm wanting to know if I can do that, or do we have to do that in front of the public?
I'm sorry, can you state that one more time? Stephanie Aiken Goodman, for the record.
I'm wanting to know, as someone who does not have to go through this process in my business, can I consult who I consider subject matter experts in the form of Chair Nixon and Board Member Gronauer about their ideas or opinions on this? Not make any votes, but I'd just like to hear where they stand on it.
Well, there is that, Stephanie Aiken Goodman, for the record, there is that line that can't be crossed. So once the deliberation is leading into the possible action or influencing some type of action, then that needs to be in the open forum. So it can't get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
He doesn't look happy.
Okay, are there any further questions or concerns with agenda item number, lost track, 89? Okay.
Oh, you're making a motion to, did we do that?
We did.
Oh,
okay. Didn't we make a motion to postpone it?
Just want to make sure.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I'm 99% sure
That
we
works,
did.
as long as we did.
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, we did, yeah, I wrote it down. Yeah, we did.
Perfect.
Agenda item number 90, board comment for future agenda items for possible action. Are there any that we want to bring up? I kind of think this was. Okay. Hearing there's no agenda items, I'll move forward with public comment. Members of the general public may comment on matters appearing on the agenda and may bring matters not appearing on the agenda to the attention of the board. The board may discuss the matters not appearing on the agenda, but may not act on the matters at this time. If the board desires, the matters may be placed on future agenda for action. Public comments will be limited to 5 minutes per person. Is there any public comment down south? Yes, sir.
30 seconds.
Andrew Cowie, first name Andrew, last name Cowie, C-O-W-I-E. Regarding 89, with board counsel stating that a vote is required for this form to be implemented, I don't mean this in any way as an I gotcha, but there was never any vote made for the current form to be implemented. So I have a class in 2 weeks. I'll defer to Director Saladino and council. I'll follow up with you guys after this meeting to ask the question, what is required of myself and all CFIs and QAs at this juncture? So in light of the fact that it has been completely understood, these decisions require a vote, and no vote was made on the current VAS form, I'm now in limbo land of what's required. So myself, QAs, CFIs, I have to defer to the board. What do you guys want me to do? And what I would like to propose respectfully, if it was possible, can we allow the current proposed form to be enacted until the next meeting and reviewed or whatnot? But a vote was made. Council corrected the board. We must make a vote. No vote in history as far back as 1995, personally reviewing the minutes with my own counsel, was ever made on what form is required to be used. So as a matter of law, as a matter of rule, what form am I required to use?
I personally, as the board chair, would like to remain status quo until a vote is made to make any changes. Because I think it creates chaos for the next 3 months to figure out who's on first. And that's a big industry change to pull off for your next class, if you will. So my personal opinion, but I will let the executive director and legal counsel make that determination. But my personal opinion would be to remain status quo until a future decision.
Understood. Makes sense. I can defer to director and council. I'll follow up what you guys would like me to do in the interim. But with respect to the totality of the circumstances, I'm 100% in favor of alleviating the form because it holds people back. That's just a simple standard. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Is there anybody up north? Oh, I can see that now. Okay. If there's no public comment, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your patience.
Andrew, don't come to the next meeting.